Chapter 282. No one dares to fight, of course. These people would never have guessed that it wasn't that Yi Fei didn't want to draw his sword. It was just that his sword had been shattered in the battle with the bone messenger. This made Yi Fei's heart ache, because the Devil Emperor's scripture and the extraterrestrial divine flame had fused together. It was extremely tyrannical. The devouring sword intent was even more terrifying. This also caused ordinary profound level weapons to be unable to withstand Yi Fei's violent vital essence and devouring sword essence. Even in the Holy Land, treasured level weapons that were above profound level were as rare as heaven-level cultivation techniques. Within a short period of time, it was extremely difficult for Yi Fei to find a suitable sword for himself. This was also the reason why Yi Fei was forced to learn the 7 killing fist during his battle with Shifeng. However, this is really strange. I clearly don't remember anything just now. Why did Shifeng admit defeat? My 7 kill fists also mysteriously entered the realm of perfection. Yi Fei patted his head in distress. Invincible in Ata was not something that could be achieved under any circumstances. It was a kind of subconscious spiritual cultivation of further enlightenment of the martial way. It was a spiritual level that even martial sages dreamed of and hoped to enter. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's subconscious actions were forcefully interrupted by the red-robed elder. His memory of that part of his memory was also erased. It was impossible for him to recall it. After defeating Gong Sun Long and Shifeng, my entry into the top 10 of the Mountain River list should be stable. Now, it will depend on Zhao Yu and Luo Shi. How far can they go? Yi Fei walked down from the stage. He didn't dare to go too far. Instead, he found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. When the surrounding disciples saw Yi Fei coming over, they did not dare to make a ruckus. They were very respectful and hurriedly left the area, not daring to disturb Yi Fei's cultivation. Seeing Yi Fei defeat Shifeng with their own eyes, and even suppressing the elder, no disciple dared to disrespect or offend Yi Fei. Although the Mountain River list competition had not started yet, many of the people present knew that with Yi Fei's strength, not to mention entering the top 10, it was even possible for him to obtain first place. At this time, unless someone was crazy, no one would provoke Yi Fei. Following the end of Yi Fei and Shifeng's battle, order in the 55th stage was finally restored. Under the elder's orders, groups of inner-sect disciples rushed up the broken stage and started to fight again. However, these disciples also formed a tacit understanding, and that was if they encountered a battle between Shifeng and Yi Fei, none of them would accept the challenge. Zhang Zhang Long Zhang Zhang Long. Zhang. Chen Chen Ho Hot. Chen Chen Chen. Elder, he's on his period. It's not suitable for battle today. The following matches were all one-sided. Other than facing Gong Sun Long, there were a few inner-sect disciples who were not afraid of death who went up to exchange pointers. Facing Shifeng and Yi Fei, no one dared to go up to fight. Yi Fei had to participate in 20 matches. Other than the 2 matches against Gong Sun Long and Shifeng, all of his opponents forfeited in the other 18 matches. As a matter of course, before the first round of matches had even ended, Yi Fei had already entered the next round with a record of 20 victories. Shifeng had won 19 out of 20 matches and lost 1, and was ranked second. Although Gong Sun Long was strong, he was rather unlucky. First, he was taught a lesson by Yi Fei, revealing his inferiority complex and brutal side. His mental state suffered a huge blow. Sadly, Guman, who had just joined the inner sect, coincidentally drew the 55th stage. Relying on his small success barbarian body, Guman was extremely barbaric. He copied Yi Fei's method of dealing with Gong Sun Long, directly activating his barbarian body and crushing his opponent. The tyrannical body successfully evoked the terrifying memories of Gong Sun Long facing Yi Fei. In the end, Gong Sun Long lost his composure and was crushed by Guman's small success barbarian body. He was directly thrown out of the stage and completely lost the qualifications to participate in the second round of the competition. He also lost the 11th position in the intersect. At this time, Yi Fei had also successfully used the Devil Emperor scripture to heal the injuries in his body. After that, he walked towards Luo Shi's 64th stage, wanting to see Luo Shi's growth in this period of time. In the end, when he walked over, he realized that Zhao Yu and Wang Bai were already there to spectate. Luo Shi also had a relaxed look as he brought his spirit eagle down from the stage. Seeing Luo Shi's appearance, Yi Fei knew that Luo Shi's competition would definitely go smoothly. He smiled and congratulated him. Luo Shi, seems like you will definitely enter the Mountain River list. Hee, Brother Fei, I should be the one congratulating you. To be able to appear in the death group, and even force Shifeng to admit defeat, you are still the best. Especially when you punched towards the sky, you almost scared the first place of our stage silly. Luo Shi spoke about what happened just now with a smile of exultation. Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes also looked at Yi Fei without blinking, causing Yi Fei to lower his head speechlessly. He was embarrassed to say that he could not recall what happened just now. But for Luo Shi to successfully enter the Mountain River list, it was still a happy matter. Following that, Yi Fei looked at Zhao Yu and asked, Zhao Yu, what about you? I'm not as perverted as you, but the opponents that I met all surrendered. I did not even fight a single match. Zhao Yu was extremely depressed. This also caused Luo Shi, who had fought a total of 20 matches and was sweating profusely, to almost vomit blood. He looked at Yi Fei and Zhao Yu with hidden bitterness. The two of you are truly a match made in heaven. Both of you are so perverted. Bang! Just as Luo Shi finished speaking, the surrounding air quickly soared. Yi Fei was also sweating profusely from the heat. Wang Bai did not need to say anything. He had already grabbed onto Luo Shi's collar and pressed him to the ground and started kicking him. At the same time, he smiled at Zhao Yu and said, Princess Zhao Yu, don't be angry. This rascal is asking for a beating. In truth, I have long disliked this Birdman. Humph, if you guys continue to be so boring, I will not be friends with you guys. Zhao Yu snorted. It was rare that she did not get angry, but rolled her eyes at Yi Fei and turned to leave. Yi Fei then had time to wipe off the sweat on his forehead, secretly shocked at Zhao Yu's strength. She had not even gotten angry, but he could feel the heat waves. If she were to get angry, it would be terrible. As expected, being friends with such a fiery temper princess is an extremely dangerous thing. Yi Fei rarely sighed, causing Wang Bai and Luo Shi to agree with him with all their might. Obviously, the two of them had angered Zhao Yu many times, causing their bodies to mysteriously catch fire. Yi Fei also silently looked at the two of them with sympathy. After that, he left and returned to his own residence to continue training. After all, the battle with Shifeng had caused his internal injuries to be extremely serious and could not be recovered in a short period of time. Luckily, the Sacred Grounds had set a rule beforehand. As long as one entered the top 10 of the Mountain River list or defeated the top 10 experts, they would have special privileges and did not need to participate in the competition for the top 100, but could directly participate in the competition for the top 10 3 days later. Chapter 283. Break through the 10th layer. The first thing Yi Fei did when he returned to his residence was to call Feng Xinyang, who was still cultivating. He said, Xinyang, help me go to the inner hall of weapons and the auction in Taishan City. See if there are any good low-level bejeweled swords. It would be best if they were of the fire attribute. Considering that the extraterrestrial divine fire in Yi Fei's body was also quite domineering, a sword that was not of the fire attribute, even a low-grade treasure weapon, might not be able to withstand the high temperature of the extraterrestrial divine fire for a long time. Therefore, the most suitable sword for Yi Fei was still of the fire attribute. Not only was such a sword sturdy, it was also extremely resistant to fire. Feng Xinyang nodded her head in understanding and went out to help Yi Fei search. Taking advantage of this period of time, Yi Fei could use the spiritual crystals in his body to heal his injuries. At the same time, he could replenish the black energy in his body. However, as the spirit crystals continued to be used, Yi Fei could clearly feel that the undying sword soul was becoming picky again. In the past, one spirit crystal was enough to activate a wisp of the undying sword soul's black energy. But now, 3 spirit crystals were needed to make the undying sword soul unwillingly spit out a wisp of weak energy. If this continued, the undying sword soul's appetite would continue to grow. Yi Fei estimated that the undying sword soul would not even bother to absorb the spirit crystals on him. This made Yi Fei's expression turn ugly. Why do I feel that this undying sword soul is even harder to please than Princess Xiaoyu? Thinking about it that way, in the upcoming battles for the top 10 of the Mountain River list, there would be many strong opponents, and it would be a tough battle. Now that the black energy of the undying sword soul had accumulated in his body, the more the better. Through this battle with Shi Feng, I have finally witnessed what an inner disciple's genius looks like. Even Huang Xi's talent is not to be underestimated. It seems like a 9th layer martial ancestor realm is still too weak for me to obtain a good ranking. I need to at least be a 10th layer martial ancestor realm in order to obtain a better advantage. After understanding this point, Yi Fei did not hesitate anymore. Even though it was painful, as it would make the undying sword soul even more picky, but he had no choice. Other than the Heaven Grade J blood pill, Yi Fei did not have any other pills that he could take out. He could only close his eyes and gloomily took all the Heaven Grade pills like jelly beans, one after another. By doing so, he could increase the undying sword soul's black energy. At the same time, he could try to break through to the 10th layer martial ancestor realm. Just as Yi Fei was breaking through, the competition for the Mountain River list was still in full swing. After all, it was the biggest event in the sacred grounds. Not only were there many inner sect disciples participating, there were also many outer sect disciples spectating, and many more. Outside of the sacred grounds, a few powerful sects or representatives of powerful countries under the sacred grounds were invited to the sacred grounds to observe the competition. The Ouyang family was the #1 aristocratic family in Taishan City. They were also invited to observe the competition. But the patriarch of the Ouyang family had an ugly expression on his face. There were faint bruises on his face. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. The person who could do such a thing was, of course, Ma Zai. After discovering Yi Fei's shocking potential, Ma Zai's disdain for Yi Fei gradually turned into fear. Don't look at how Ma Zai was ranked 3rd on the Mountain River list, but like Huang Xie, both of their rankings had a huge element of luck. For example, when facing Shi Feng, Ma Zai did not have the confidence to win, but Yi Fei was able to make Shi Feng bow his head and admit defeat. This made Ma Zai secretly worried. At this time, Ma Zai would not find trouble with Yi Fei. Instead, he called the patriarch of the Ouyang family over to beat him up. He warned the Ouyang family not to reveal their special relationship with Ma Zai. So, the patriarch of the Ouyang family was not only beaten up for nothing, but was also blackmailed by Ma Zai using the excuse of offending Yi Fei. The patriarch of the Ouyang family was suffering unspeakable. The most outstanding genius of the family was killed by Yi Fei. Yi Fei's strength was so strong that even the greedy Ma Zai was afraid of him. The small Ouyang family did not dare to take revenge on Yi Fei. Of course, the patriarch of the Ouyang family's matter, in the eyes of the elders of the sacred grounds, was a trivial matter. No one even paid attention to it. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the various arenas, looking at the disciples who were fighting on them, trying to find some amazing talents. On the first day, due to Yi Fei's astonishing performance, many of the disciples' radiance were overshadowed. But after Yi Fei and the top 10 experts left, the radiance of the disciples gradually became more dazzling. Zhao Yu's performance was the most eye-catching. All the disciples who met Zhao Yu were either shocked by Zhao Yu's beauty and admitted defeat, or when they were preparing to fight, their bodies suddenly caught fire. Before the fight even started, they were burnt black and were carried down. Zhao Yu's exquisite control over flames deeply shocked many of the elders present. The red-robed elder's eyes began to shine once more. He pointed at Zhao Yu and exclaimed, "This is Zhao's princess, right?" Her constitution is not simple. Even I can't see through it. I wonder if she has a master or not. Elder Qinglian hastily stood up and said, Uncle Master Honglian, Zhao Yu is my disciple. As for her constitution, she seems to have a trace of the ancient phoenix's bloodline. What? The phoenix's bloodline? Boom! Many elders couldn't help but stand up in shock. The red-robed elder's gaze toward Zhao Yu also became extremely serious. Very good. Even if it's just a trace of the phoenix's bloodline, this Zhao Yu will become one of the most outstanding people in our martial heaven continent in the future. Junior apprentice sister Qinglian, you found a good seedling. Later, I'll personally report your contributions. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Elder Qinglian was extremely happy. Senior apprentice brother Honglian, in truth, my disciple Luo, she is also not bad. He has a very unique family-inherited cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate to the Hodian beast body. His future achievements are also limitless. Seeing that Zhao Yu is being valued so highly, Luoshi's master was not to be outdone. He was a very benevolent old man. He also stood up and praised his disciple. But before he could finish, someone else interrupted him. Luo, she is not bad, but a Hotian beast body is still too uncertain. It's still not as reliable as a Xiantian beast body. That's right, I also think so. We can observe this Luo, she carefully. Zhao Yu, we need to take care of him. All right, there's also that Yanbei. He has a blade body and has been training in the Kumu Peak for 10 years. I also think highly of his performance. The red-robed elder finally turned his gaze to the stage at the front. Yanbei was wielding a goose feather blade. From the start of the competition until now, he was the same as Yi Fei. Yanbei had never pulled out his blade. Even when he met the top 20 experts of the Mountain River list, no one was able to withstand one move from Yanbei. Of course, it was not only these few that attracted attention. Guman's powerful defense, the barbarian body, also attracted many people's attention. Wang Bai's 4 eyebrows that were swaying all over the place also attracted the gazes of many higher-ups and elders. Just when the competition outside was at its most intense, an astonishing spirit chi undulation came out from Yi Fei's room. Following that, a chi that was twice as strong as before appeared on Yi Fei's body. Chapter 284. Chapter 284, The Battle of Two Girls. He had already broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 10th stage and had asked Feng Xinyang to find a weapon. However, there was still no news. Yifei could not help but feel that it was strange. Fortunately, even if Feng Xinyang did not return, Yifei could still use the restriction on Feng Xinyang to know what she was thinking. After waiting for a while, Feng Xinyang still hadn't returned. Without a choice, Yifei could only contact Feng Xinyang through the restriction. Xinyang, it's been so many days. Where's the weapon I asked you to find? Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't find the weapon you needed. Here, in the Holy Land, only the elders can get a good sword of the treasure class. The good weapons in the auction in Taishan City are basically sold out. The new treasures will probably only arrive tomorrow. Feng Xinyang's fearful voice sounded in his mind, causing Yi Fei to feel a burst of depression. Sure enough, cultivating a tyrannical martial art was a very troublesome matter. For example, when he needed a weapon, his options would become very narrow. The only thing that comforted Yi Fei was that there would be new treasures arriving at the auction tomorrow, and the competition for the top 10 positions wouldn't be over in a day or two. I hope I won't meet a strong opponent in today's draw. Yi Fei once again flew towards the venue of the large tournament, while at the same time, he had Feng Xinyang continue to stay in the auction house and keep an eye out for any sword-type artifacts that might appear. When Yi Fei reached the stage, the competition for the top 100 positions of the Mountain River list had already been settled. All of the stages had disappeared, leaving only a gigantic stage in the middle. Yi Fei knew that it was most probably the stage for the fight for the top 10 of the Mountain River list. The rules of the arena this time weren't a free-for-all between several hundred disciples. Instead, only the top 20 disciples would draw lots and fight one-on-one. At the same time, each person would fight 3 rounds. Then, The ranking would be decided based on the number of rounds they won. In the sacred grounds, the competition for the top 100 of the Mountain River list was not intense. The truly intense competition was the competition for the top 10, which was also the stage for the strongest disciples in the inner sect to compete. Yi Fei was in the crowd, and very quickly found Wang Bai and Luo Shi together. He walked over and asked, "Luo Shi, have you finished fighting for the top 100 of the Mountain River list? What's your rank?" 78. Luo Shi's expression was somewhat ugly. Ever since he had cultivated the acquired beast body, Luo Shi had been faintly proud, thinking that he had finally joined the ranks of geniuses. But the competition for the Mountain River list had dealt a heavy blow to Luo Shi, causing him to wake up and understand that he still had a long way to go to catch up to Yi Fei. However, that guy Gu Man relied on his thick skin and thick flesh to rush to 56th place. Luo Shi said somewhat gloomily. Yi Fei was also a little surprised. It seems that Gu Man has grown quite quickly in the time that I haven't seen him. Coincidentally, Gu Man happened to pass by, and upon hearing those words, his face twitched slightly. What did he mean by growing quite quickly? That was completely the tone of senior brother evaluating a junior brother. Gu Man did not say anything. His face darkened as he left. He had secretly decided that if he did not cultivate his barbarian body to the large success stage, he would not meet Yi Fei. If not, it would be a blow to his confidence that he had regained with great difficulty. Wang Bai suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed sinisterly. Yi Fei, guess what is Zhao Yu's rank? I don't know. He should be in the top 20. Yi Fei guessed. What top 20? He is actually ranked 12. If he is not in the top 20, he does not need to compete anymore, and Zhao Yu's rank will only be higher. Brother Fei, seems like you and Zhao Yu can become opponents. At that time, will you be able to take action? Luo Shi laughed sinisterly. Yi Fei knew that the two of them were teasing him, but when he heard that Zhao Yu was in the top 20, he was still a little surprised. Then he thought carefully and realized that this was indeed a very serious problem. Zhao Yu was in the top 20. What if the elders selected him to fight with Zhao Yu when they drew lots? What should he do then? They were all friends, so it would be a little embarrassing if they fought directly. But if he did not fight, he could not just admit defeat. It is indeed a little difficult. Yi Fei touched his chin and also felt that it was a little tricky. Wang Bai laughed and said heroically, "What's so difficult about it? This woman, you can't always spoil her. When it's time to fight, you have to fight. Beat her until she is afraid. Then she will naturally be obedient in the future." Huff, 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 huff. Unfortunately, before Wang Bai could finish his fallacious reasoning, his 4 eyebrows seemed to have been lit on fire, and white smoke came out of them. Yi Fei and Luo Shi immediately looked at Wang Bai with extreme sympathy. Wang Bai screamed. How could he not understand what had happened? Without another word, he looked at a pond not far away and rushed in at the speed of light. He did not even care about the ice in the pond as he dove in head first. Yi Fei could clearly see that Wang Bai's body was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. Luo Shi was so frightened that he hugged the spirit eagle on his shoulder and turned to run as far away as possible. Yi Fei stood in place gloomily. He looked at Zhao Yu, who was walking over, and said, "Princess, if you keep burning like this, you will leave a shadow in Wang Bai's heart." Zhao Yu simply ignored the frozen ice sculpture in the distance and said with a sweet smile, "Is that so? What happened just now? All right, how is Wang Bai? Is he all right?" Zhao Yu revealed an anxious expression. Those who did not know would really think that she was innocent. Just at that moment, a hand suddenly patted Zhao Yu's shoulder. Wang Bai was covered in ice and appeared behind Zhao Yu with deep hatred. "Princess, let's discuss this. Next time, when you burn me, can you change the place to burn me? It is not easy for this brother to grow 4 eyebrows. All right, then next time I will only burn one of your eyebrows. Growing 3 eyebrows will make you more unique," Zhao Yu said with a sweet smile. But that smile, in Yi Fei and Wang Bai's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon. Luckily, Wang Bai's suffering did not last for long. In the middle of the stage, the clan elders had already announced the order of the top 20. Everyone immediately held their breaths and looked at the crystal wall to announce the order of the top 10. Because Yi Fei had defeated Shi Feng, he had replaced Shi Feng's position and was temporarily ranked 5th. This time, his opponent was actually Yin Bei, who was ranked 11th. Yin Bei, I have never heard of him before. Could he be a new disciple? Yi Fei was surprised, but he did not think too much about it. As long as he did not face Zhao Yu, it would be fine. That way, both parties would not be embarrassed. Then, Yi Fei subconsciously looked at Zhao Yu's opponent. In the end, Yi Fei's eyes almost popped out. There were many people who were paying attention to Zhao Yu's ranking, and they were in an uproar. No way. Zhao Yu's opponent is actually senior sister Qi Chu Chu. What? Qi Chu Chu, the only female disciple in the top 10 of the Mountain River list. The heavens are jealous of her beauty. Princess is my goddess. Senior sister Qi is also my goddess. Why do the two goddesses have to fight each other? Isn't it better to love each other? Chapter 285. Fury of the Phoenix, Mountain River List Top 10. First round. Zhao Yu against Qi Chu Chu. The black-robed elder in charge of refereeing didn't care about how shocked the disciples below were. Once the rankings were announced, the competition would immediately begin. And this match was between Zhao Yu and Qi Chu Chu, who was ranked 4th in the inner court. Many disciples who supported Zhao Yu were already sighing. In the end, although Zhao Yu was strong, Qi Chu Chu was ranked 4th in the previous Mountain River list, a half-step martial honorable expert. The battle between the two had yet to begin, but the disparity was obvious. Yi Fei couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yu when he saw the ranking announced by the elder. He said helplessly, "Zhao Yu, it looks like you're in for a tough battle this time." "What? Do you think I'll definitely lose?" Zhao Yu suddenly glared at him, a little angry. Yi Fei immediately felt that this princess was really hard to please. He simply shut his mouth and said, "Good luck." Only then did Zhao Yu fly into the ring with satisfaction. Qi Chu Chu, who was standing at the side and talking to the 10th prince, saw this and also walked up to the arena with light steps like a butterfly. Qi Chu Chu was demonstrating her strength. Many disciples couldn't help but cheer when they saw Qi Chu Chu's display of strength. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. This Qi Chu Chu wasn't a simple person. As if she had noticed Yi Fei's gaze, Qi Chu Chu suddenly smiled at Yi Fei. "Little brother, not bad. No wonder you were willing to spend 100,000 contribution points to bid for the 7-killing fist. It turns out that your perception is so strong. When we meet later, you have to go easy on me." Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat. This Qi Chu Chu was still the same. She would take pleasure in teasing others, especially when she called him little brother. It made Yi Fei feel depressed. He had already seen many of the disciples who adored Qi Chu Chu, including a few of the Mountain River list experts. All of them were glaring at him angrily. "Qi Chu Chu, let's begin." Zhao Yu did not know why, but when he looked at Qi Chu Chu, anger suddenly rose in his heart. With just a glare, the temperature in the arena suddenly rose rapidly. In an instant, a huge ball of fire appeared around Qi Chu Chu. Yi Fei was shocked. He knew that Princess Zhao Yu was getting angry for no reason again. I wonder what kind of constitution Zhao Yu has. Her flames are really hard to guard against. I wonder how Qi Chu Chu will deal with it. Yi Fei stared intently at the arena. All the disciples present, as well as many of the elders, stared at the arena without blinking. After all, this was a fight for the top 10 positions in the inner sect, and it was a fight between two female disciples. Such a battle was very rare in the entire Holy Land. Naturally, no one would miss this battle. There were even people who were secretly betting on who would emerge victorious in the battle between the two goddesses. "Princess, you can do it. We will always support you." Seeing Zhao Yu using the mysterious flames again, many disciples cheered loudly for Zhao Yu. "Senior sister Qi Chu Chu, do your best. You must win." There were also many disciples who supported Qi Chu Chu, who cheered loudly. Bang! As though in response to the cheers, Qi Chu Chu, who was surrounded by flames, suddenly extended her white fist and waved it forward. The flames surrounding her were all shattered. "Zhao Yu, your flames are truly unique. but it is a pity that you cannot block my innate tyrant fist. Tyrannical beyond compare. Chi-Chu-Chu was no longer flirtatious. Her body suddenly had a heroic spirit like that of man. A cold, tyrannical aura was emitted from her fists. Bang, bang, bang. Under the pressure of Chi-Chu-Chu's fists, the air actually exploded. It was hard to imagine that such a ferocious and tyrannical fist technique could be unleashed by a lady. But this was the terror of Chi-Chu-Chu, the fourth-ranked expert of the Mountain River list. Fire Ray. Zhao Yu's face immediately congealed. She did not retreat, but instead took a step forward. Just as Chi-Chu-Chu unleashed her tyrant fist and shattered the flames. A regiment of blazing flames enveloped Zhao Yu's entire body. Finally, it transformed into a terrifying fire ray. It swept past the sturdy stage, burning a pitch-black ravine. Then it flew towards Chi-Chu-Chu. Bang! The innate tyrant fist and the fire ray collided. Chi-Chu-Chu staggered. The boundless tyrannical aura was actually suppressed. Zhao Yu was perspiring profusely. Her face revealed a rare look of shock. Chi-Chu-Chu actually used her fist to shatter the high-temperature fire ray that she had released. Innate tyrant fist is truly powerful. Zhao Yu retreated continuously, not daring to get close to Chi-Chu-Chu. Your physique is also very strong. Chi-Chu-Chu praised Zhao Yu. Then, the boundless tyrannical aura once again surfaced from Chi-Chu-Chu's body. Chi-Chu-Chu exhaled. She did not give Zhao Yu any chance to retreat. A terrifying fist aura exploded out. Suddenly, it transformed into a large number of fist images covering the entire stage. The ring was trembling under the power of Chi-Chu-Chu's tyrant fist. The shadow of the fist, which was as large as a millstone, was constantly smashing towards Zhao Yu's body, leaving terrifying deep pits on the ground. Borrowing the cover of the fist images, Chi-Chu-Chu's figure became even more tyrannical. She quickly closed in on Zhao Yu. She wanted to borrow the strength of a half-step martial saint and the violence of the tyrant fist to get rid of Zhao Yu in one breath. Zhao Yu's sudden retreat had already allowed Chi-Chu-Chu to discover Zhao Yu's weakness in close combat. Now, she wanted to use this weakness to quickly get rid of Zhao Yu, as expected of the fourth-ranked expert of the Mountain River list. Even Zhao Yu's flames are unable to block senior sister Chi's tyrant fist. Luo Jing sighed. That might not be the case. Little girl Zhao's phoenix's fury is much more terrifying than the dragon's fury. Wang Bai laughed indifferently. While the others were holding their breaths and nervously watching the battle on the stage, Wang Bai's expression was extremely calm. He even faintly emitted an aura that transcended the mortal world. This caused Yi Fei's expression to become strange. He subconsciously looked carefully at Zhao Yu, who was forced to the corner of the stage. Suddenly, Yi Fei noticed something. Even though he was being forced to retreat, the temperature of the flames on the stage did not decrease. Instead, it was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chi-Chu-Chu's innate tyrant fist looked ferocious and tyrannical. But Yi Fei's sharp senses discovered that every step Chi-Chu-Chu took was extremely difficult. Her forehead was covered in sweat that dripped onto the ground. Finally, when Chi-Chu-Chu was 10 steps away from Zhao Yu, she stopped. She seemed to be hesitating. Finally, she clenched her teeth and took another step forward. Tyrant fist of mountains and rivers. Bang! An extremely ferocious fist image was thrown forward by Chi-Chu-Chu. The air in front of her immediately exploded. The sturdy stage was unable to withstand the tyrannical Chi. A gigantic crack, with Chi-Chu-Chu as the center, quickly rushed toward the corner where Zhao Yu was standing. Chapter 286. Ice and Fire, Fury of the Fire Phoenix. Zhao Yu also gritted her teeth. Suddenly, a mellow, beautiful, and angry sound came out of her throat. All the flames in the arena suddenly gathered around Zhao Yu, and finally formed a huge firebird phantom. Boom, boom, boom. Large balls of blazing flames were spat out from the firebird's mouth. They transformed into a terrifying flame that spread out in a fan shape and enveloped Chi-Chu-Chu from all directions. Heavens, that's the Earth-level martial art. Fire rain meteor? How can it be so powerful? Many disciples exclaimed. Many disciples knew how to use the fiery meteor shower. However, no one was able to use it as horrifying as Zhao Yu's, where the fiery rain formed into a fan shape and covered the entire arena. This kind of power was already not inferior to some heaven-grade martial arts. This Zhao Yu's control over flames is actually so terrifying. In the elders' seats, the red-robed elder and many of the spectating elders couldn't help but stand up in shock. However, Zhao Yu will still be defeated. Chi-Chu-Chu's strongest point is not only the innate tyrant fist, the 10th prince said coldly. By his side, there were many experts in the top 20 of the Mountain River list. Hearing that, they all nodded their heads. No one knew better than them how terrifying Chi-Chu-Chu was. Although she was only a woman, Chi-Chu-Chu's heart was much stronger than many men's. Even if the tyrant fist was blocked by the flames, it was unable to take another step forward. However, there was no dejection on Chi-Chu-Chu's face. Instead, it was filled with a happy expression. Hee hee, Zhao Yu, your physique is truly astonishing. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to defeat you. However, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already agreed to have a proper competition with little brother. Little brother. Chi-Chu-Chu's words caused many of the disciples present to glare at Yi Fei with resentment. If looks could kill, Yi Fei probably wouldn't even be able to find his ashes. Oomph. You're not strong enough to defeat me. Zhao Yu didn't want to say anything at first, but for some reason, when she heard Chi-Chu-Chu's words, she couldn't help but say something. There's a flaw. Junior sister, you still fell for it. Heaven flying immortal. Chi-Chu-Chu had been waiting for Zhao Yu to open his mouth. As long as Zhao Yu opened his mouth, she would be able to lock onto Zhao Yu's position through the flames. As long as his position was confirmed, with Chi-Chu-Chu's strength, she would be able to kill him in one strike. Chi-Chu-Chu made her move. Her half-step martial Saint Quintessence burst forth and blocked the waves of flames in front of her. Chi-Chu-Chu exhaled, and she looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Countless flower petals appeared around her body. In an instant, these flower petals turned into sharp blades that broke through the sea of flames and rushed toward Zhao Yu. Boom! The flower petals exploded beside Zhao Yu. A terrifying shockwave formed a hurricane. Not only did it blow away all the flames, but Zhao Yu's body was also affected. He vomited blood and fell to the edge of the arena. If she hadn't grabbed the crack in the ground with her fingers at the last moment, she would have died. Chi-Chu-Chu's attack could knock Zhao Yu off the stage. Junior martial sister, you've lost. Chi-Chu-Chu said with confidence. You're despicable. You actually cheated. Zhao Yu was extremely gloomy. If she had not been cheated, Chi-Chu-Chu might not have been able to discover her real body hidden in the flames. All's fair in war. Chi-Chu-Chu playfully stuck out her tongue with an innocent expression, causing Yi Fei to be speechless. I will not lose. Zhao Yu stood up stubbornly. Even though she was injured, she was still stubborn and stubborn. She was a strong woman. Zhao Yu's performance had undoubtedly influenced many people. Chi-Chu-Chu also kept her playful expression and looked at Zhao Yu seriously. Junior martial sister, we can be friends in the future. But now, you are still not my opponent. That might not be the case. Zhao Yu's gaze was resolute. She suddenly took the initiative to attack Chi-Chu-Chu. Chi-Chu-Chu shook her head. Junior martial sister, when I discovered your real body, I had already used my mental power to lock onto your chi. The same technique is useless against us Mountain River list experts. Heaven flying immortal. Chi-Chu-Chu's body once again emitted the aura of an immortal. Countless petals surrounded her and exploded with a loud bang. Once again, Zhao Yu's flame was blown into pieces. But Zhao Yu didn't retreat. He didn't care that his clothes were stained with blood, and he didn't care that the petals in the sky might cut his delicate skin. Zhao Yu continued to move forward. Step by step, he charged towards Chi-Chu-Chu with great difficulty and determination. even though she couldn't even control her flames. Seems like Zhao Yu is going to lose this time. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao came to Yi Fei's side and sighed. That might not be the case. Zhao Yu is not an impulsive person. Since she is in such a situation and still refuses to admit defeat, she definitely has some tricks up her sleeves. Yi Fei shook his head. He suddenly remembered what Wang Bai had said. The fury of the phoenix was even more terrifying than the fury of the dragon. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind this. It can't be. Zhao Yu seems to be injured to the point where she can no longer control her flames. Without that special flame, how can she defeat Qi Chu? Yang Xiao did not know where Yi Fei's confidence came from, but she still could not help but focus on the arena with Lin's senator in the arena. Qi Chu also looked at Zhao Yu with admiration. But admiration was just admiration. An enemy was still an enemy. At this time, Qi Chu would not be lenient. This is the final attack. Junior sister, be careful. Qi Chu's expression changed when she felt the temperature around her gradually returning. Of course, she could not let Zhao Yu condense those special flames again. A large amount of water vapor suddenly appeared around Qi Chu's body. It was like a huge wave that was grabbed by Qi Chu. In the end, it formed a huge blue longbow. Blue sea raging waves. Qi Chu drew the bow and shot out a huge wave. Not only did it shatter the surrounding flames that were about to condense, this wave also carried an astonishing power as it rushed towards Zhao Yu's body. Zhao Yu is going to lose, the 10th prince said with certainty. This Qi Chu is indeed not simple. She actually possesses the rare water spirit body. But compared to my saber body, the water spirit body is still too weak. Yin Bei held the Yinling's saber in his hand. His serious gaze shifted from Zhao Yu to Qi Chu. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yu's mouth. The water spirit body is indeed so. No wonder I keep feeling that you are not affected by my flames. If that's the case, Fury of the Ice Phoenix. Zhao Yu suddenly uttered a strange syllable. The temperature of the air in the arena suddenly dropped. A biting cold wind blew in the sky. Zhao Yu's flame-like hair suddenly became as white as snow. She pointed at the incoming wave with a finger that carried cold air. The entire wave instantly froze. It then turned into a huge ice pillar. Suddenly, it turned around and crashed towards Qi Chu. Qi Chu's face was filled with shock. Ice and raging flames. How can these two extreme attributes appear on the same person? Qi Chu subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, she soon discovered a shocking fact. She didn't know when, but her legs had been sealed in ice. More accurately, the entire arena had turned into a world of ice and snow under the cold air that Zhao Yu released. Qi Chu did not have the slightest thought of dodging. Boom! Chapter 287. Huangshi's trump card. Qi Chu actually lost. Ice and raging fire. What kind of physique does this Zhao Yu have? He can actually control the two extremes of ice and fire at the same time. Looking at Qi Chu, who was sent flying out of the arena by the icicle, the spectating disciples were silent at first. Suddenly, an intense discussion broke out. Even Qi Chu, a half-step martial saint with a water spirit body, was unable to withstand Zhao Yu's icy cold raging fire. This in itself showed how powerful Zhao Yu's body was. If we were to say that the first day of the Mountain River List competition was Yi Fei's stage, then at that moment, it was undoubtedly Zhao Yu's stage. Zhao Yu had used the dual attributes of ice and fire to announce the rise of another woman in the Taishan Holy Land, and she was unstoppable. Yi Fei, I am already in the top 10 of the Mountain River List, and it seems that I am one rank higher than you. Zhao Yu flew down from the stage with a tired face and looked at Yi Fei provocatively. Qi Chu also walked over at this moment. She looked at Yi Fei with hidden bitterness and said, "Little brother, big sister won't be able to experience your 7-kill fists, but Zhao Yu can. When the time comes, you can't go easy on him." Boom! The two goddesses were standing beside Yi Fei at the same time. The surrounding disciples were shocked at first. and then countless murderous gazes shot towards them. They wished they could tear Yi Fei to pieces. Yi Fei felt that he had been wronged. Zhao Yu coming over wasn't a big deal. They were all companions. But Chi Chu Chu coming over was purely to cause trouble. Forget it. Even if I can't afford to offend him, I can still hide from him. Nodding at Zhao Yu and Chi Chu Chu, Yi Fei wisely turned around and left without saying anything, leaving Zhao Yu and Chi Chu Chu to talk. Only then did the invisible, murderous aura in the surroundings become slightly thinner. First battle, Zhao Yu wins. The elder in charge of refereeing finally regained his senses and announced the result of the competition. This result was very surprising, but it was well-deserved. At the same time, Zhao Yu's ice and fire dual attribute physique caused many of the Mountain River list experts to look at Zhao Yu with fear. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao both smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Junior brothers and sisters nowadays are really too abnormal. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we won't even be able to keep our top 10 positions. Next match, Ma Zai versus Huang Xie. The referee, Elder, loudly announced the name list for the second battle. It was actually the battle between Huang Shu and Ma Zai. Originally, Ma Zai was ranked third. Disregarding his character, Ma Zai's strength was still very valiant. But when he heard this result, Ma Zai was very unhappy. Huang Shu laughed wildly. He arrogantly walked up the stage and said, "Ma Zai, we're all good friends. It's not good to fight and kill. If you know what's good for you, quickly admit defeat. I won't make things difficult for you." Boom! When Huang Shu said that, the disciples below the stage all revealed strange looks. Beside the 10th prince, the large group of Mountain River list experts all revealed angry looks. This Huang Shu, with his own strength, he is at most ranked around the top 20. If not for his sister giving him a protection talisman and an invisibility talisman, how could he be ranked 7th? Looking at him this time, I wonder what despicable methods he is going to use. The one who spoke was the 8th ranked Shangwan Liu. The last time, he was heavily injured by Huang Shu's protection talisman and had no choice but to settle for 8th place. Seeing Huang Shu's arrogant face, Shangwan Liu was extremely angry. But because of the people behind Huang Shu, Shangwan Liu did not dare to speak out. Seeing Ma Zai walk up the stage, Yi Fei's face was extremely strange. He had originally planned to teach the two of them a lesson during the battle. Who knew that before he even made a move, the two of them would meet first? At that moment, Yi Fei was extremely interested to see how these two good friends would proceed with the battle. Haha, Ma Zai against Huang Shu. Isn't this an internal strife? Yang Xiao was already laughing out loud. Ma Zai, who was on stage, his face was green and white. It was extremely interesting. Begin the battle. The elder ordered, and then left the stage. The battle had officially begun, but strangely, Ma Zai did not make a move. Instead, he stood in his original position, hesitating, not daring to make a move against Huang Shu. Seeing that Ma Zai was still hesitating, Huang Shu hugged his arms in annoyance, his nostrils pointing to the sky as he shouted, "Ma Zai, I told you to admit defeat. Did you not hear me? Or, do you want to fight with me?" I admit defeat." Ma Zai could hear the threat in Huang Shu's words, and immediately lost his will to fight, and helplessly took the initiative to jump off the stage. "At least you are tactful. You know that Huang Shu's strength is not something you can fight against," Huang Shu said arrogantly, obviously unhappy with Ma Zai's hesitation. This made Ma Zai, who had already endured the humiliation and took the initiative to admit defeat, so angry that he nearly vomited blood. However, Ma Zai thought of something and did not say anything, allowing Huang Shu to continue being arrogant. What's wrong with this Ma Zai? He is the third-ranked expert, after all. Against a spoiled brat like Huang Shu, one hand is enough. Why did he admit defeat? Yang Xiao was very dissatisfied. I heard that Huang Shu was chased out of the mission hall, so he went directly to the peak of the true disciples. Lin Sun glanced at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was startled. He understood that Lin Sun was reminding him that Huang Shu might have obtained some powerful treasure from the peak of the true disciples. That was why he was so arrogant. But so what? Since this Huang Shu dares to provoke me, not to mention that he has the backing of a true disciple, even if he has the backing of a holy master, I will still beat him up. Yi Fei did not take Lin Sin's reminder to heart. A sword would rather break than bend. No matter how strong the backing was, it would not be able to suppress his backbone. Just as Yi Fei was thinking about it, on the stage, the clan elder was extremely helpless. He announced Huang Shu's victory and was about to call for the next group to start the competition. Just then, Huang Shu did not have the intention to walk down the stage. Instead, he impolitely interrupted the clan elder. "Wait, I still have something to say. Huang Shu, you have already won. What else do you have to say?" The clan elder said in annoyance. It was obvious that he did not like Huang Shu, who was a spoiled brat. Huang Shu glanced at the clan elder coldly. Suddenly, he arrogantly pointed at Yi Fei, then at Shi Feng, and then at the 10th prince Yin Bei, Qi Chu Chu, Lin Sun, and Yang Xiao. Every time, the Mountain River list fights one-on-one. It's too boring. All of you, come up and fight with me. That way, whoever can stay on the stage till the end will be the number one on the Mountain River list. The entire place was in an uproar. Even many of the elders in the elder seating area were shocked by Huang Xie's words. Feeling everyone's gazes, Huang Xie was filled with delight, feeling that he had never been so glorious before. To challenge all the experts in a Mountain River list alone, how glorious was that? Chapter 288. King's Edge. Compared to Huang Xie's delight, the disciples and elders present all felt that it was inconceivable. After all, Huang Xie was a standard second-generation young master. If not for him having a good sister, he would not have been able to enter the top 20 of the Mountain River list with Huang Xie's strength. Now that Huang Xie had become so daring to challenge the top 20 experts of the Mountain River list alone, it was either that Huang Xie's brain was damaged or that Huang Xie had some special backing. "Huang Shu, how dare you? With your strength, I, Shangguan Lu, can take care of you with just one hand." Shangguan Lu, who had once suffered a huge loss, was the first to rush up the stage angrily. Huang Shu revealed a look of disdain and shook his head. "Loser, you do not have the qualifications to speak to me. Huang Shi, call your master, the 10th prince, up here. That pervert Jing Wu Shou is not back yet, so let's defeat him first. The rank 2 of the Mountain River list is the same." "You!" Shangguan Lu was so angry that her face turned black. Many of the disciples and elders present were shocked. Did they hear wrongly? When did Huang Xie become so courageous? Not only did he insult Shangguan Lu as the 10th prince's dog, he even wanted to challenge the 10th prince directly. "This Huang Xie seems to be serious," Yi Fei said with a strange expression. "He truly has guts. With that bit of strength, he dares to provoke the 10th prince who is ranked 2nd on the Mountain River list." Yang Xiao said gloomily. He was different from Huang Xiu. The 10th prince was ranked 2nd on the Mountain River list and deserved it. In the entire intersect, other than Jing Wu Shou, who was always fighting outside, the 10th prince was the strongest. Of course, the 10th prince would not remain indifferent after being provoked. Silently, he appeared in the arena. He stared at Huang Shu and said, "Huang Shu, you dare to challenge this prince?" "Wrong. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to challenge everyone here. This time, the first place of the Mountain River list is destined to belong to me, Huang Xie." Yi Fei, Shi Feng, Yin Bei, Yang Xiao, Lin Sun, all of you trash. What are you waiting for? If you are afraid of Grandpa Huang Xie, immediately admit defeat, and you will still be able to make it in time. Not only did Huang Shu challenge the 10th prince, he also called out all the opponents he needed to pay attention to. When he called out Yi Fei, Huang Shu's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Of course, Yi Fei, you're an exception. You don't have the right to surrender. There's only one ending for you, and that is to stand in the arena and be beaten like a dog by me, Huang Xie." Ha ha ha! Huang Xie laughed wildly. He had a fearless and arrogant expression. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned cold. However, he didn't act rashly. Huang Xie's behavior was very abnormal. It wasn't that Huang Xie was crazy. It was that he had some sort of trump card. Only Yi Fei was able to maintain his calm. His ambitions were extremely high. Yin Bei, who was also determined to obtain the Mountain River list, was already completely enraged. Huang Shu, who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me? Boom! Without unsheathing his blade, the astonishing blade intent had already caused the blades in the hands of countless disciples to vibrate intensely and fly out. Even a portion of the elders' blades were not an exception. All of them were attracted to Yin Bei's side and formed a pontoon blade bridge in the air. Yin Bei's face was filled with killing intent. He stepped onto the pontoon blade bridge and appeared in the middle of the arena. Together with the 10th prince, they surrounded Huang Shu. Pontoon blade bridge, 40% blade intent? Yin Bei, in this Mountain River list competition, you will be my formidable opponent. The 10th prince's fighting intense sword. He didn't even look at Huang Shu and only focused on Yin Bei, who was behind him. The same astonishing blade intent surfaced from the 10th prince's body. The 10th prince said, I also use a blade. In Taishan sacred lands, there can only be one person who uses a blade. That person will definitely be me. Yin Bei's gaze was like a blade. His aura was like a blade as he stared intently at the 10th prince. The two blade intents, separated by Huang Shu, faced each other. Huang Shu was enraged and shouted, What number one? I, Huang Shu, am the number one. The two of you dare to treat me as if I don't exist. Now, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Boom! A burst of astonishing spiritual qi rippled out from Huang Shu's body. No, more accurately, it came from Huang Shu's right hand. In his hand, there was a golden sword. The moment the sword appeared, its astonishing aura dissipated the 10th prince and Yin Bei's 40% blade intents. Seeing the sword, Yi Fei's eyelids twitched. Damn, a top-grade treasure-ranked golden sword. No wonder Huang Shu is so confident and dares to challenge all the experts here. Such a good sword. Even a martial honorable could not block it. For it to land in Huang Shu's hands, it's like throwing a sword in the dark. Yi Fei then understood the reason why Huang Shu dared to challenge everyone. Seeing the golden sword, half of the Mountain River list experts could not help but curse. This Huang Shu is truly despicable. He actually borrowed Nan Ruo Feng's golden sword. How are we going to fight like this? What? That's Nan Ruo Feng's famous golden sword. I heard that this sword had killed 10 10th level martial honorable experts. Senior brother Nin thought it was ominous and threw it away. There were some disciples who knew the inside story and recognized the sword. The 10th prince and Yin Bei's faces became extremely ugly. Yi Fei was also instantly speechless. Such a treasure sword was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Even he was envious of it. But in the end, Nan Ruofeng had abandoned it just because its killing intent was too heavy. True disciples were truly rich and overbearing. Ha ha! How is it? 10th Prince, Yin Bei, you two trash still dare to fight with me. Huang Shu for the number one position in the Mountain River list. If you know what's good for you, the two of you will immediately admit defeat. Don't force me to take action. Huang Shu waved the golden sword. A terrifying whistling sound cut through the air. It could be seen how powerful the sword was. The 10th Prince and Yin Bei were gloomy. On the spectator's stand, the red-robed elder's face turned black. Huang Shu, I can pretend that I did not see you messing around in the intersect. But in the competition for the Mountain River list, you dare to be so impudent. Who allowed you to take out the golden sword? Such a powerful killing weapon undoubtedly affected the fairness of the competition. The red-robed elder would definitely not allow Huang Shu to use it. Understanding the clan elder's meaning, all of the Mountain River list disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Shu was not convinced and continued to brandish his gold sword. Clan Elder Red Lotus, I am not being impudent. This gold sword was personally approved by my brother-in-law for me to use in the competition. Impudent. Nan Ruo Feng left the sacred land 3 years ago to travel to the 18 countries in the North Sea. Do you think I'm stupid? It would have been better if Huang Shu did not say that. Hearing that, Elder Red Lotus wanted to teach Huang Shu a lesson. Rumble. The small world that Tai Xian's sacred lands was in actually trembled slightly. Elder Red Lotus, who was previously furious, instantly changed his face. Over 100 black-robed elders looked up in shock. Who is it that dares to attack my Tai Xian sacred lands, small world? Could it be that the sect leader of the Tianyin cult is here personally? Rumble. Another loud sound came out. Under the fearful gazes of countless elders, the small world of the sacred lands was actually torn apart by someone. Chapter 289. Martial King Might. It's Nan Ruo Feng. It's really Nan Ruo Feng. What? Senior brother, Nan has been training for 3 years and is finally back. Hello, Senior Brother Nan. Long live Senior Brother Nan. Seeing the man who tore through the void and released a dazzling light aura, almost half of the intersect disciples raised their heads and looked at Nan Ruo Feng with reverence in their eyes. Huang Shu laughed out loud. He put down his gold sword and waved towards Nan Ruo Feng. Brother-in-law, you are finally back. I will definitely get first place in the competition for the Mountain River list. Very good. I remember that the first place of the Mountain River list has been empty for 7 years. This time, someone should be able to take it. Nan Ruo Feng nodded his head indifferently at Huang Shu. But his words had already caused many of the clan elders' faces to change. They knew that Nan Ruo Feng's strong return was most probably for the Mountain River list. As for why Nan Ruo Feng, who had already become a true disciple, would suddenly care about the competition for the Mountain River list, it was simple. In the sacred grounds, the inner sect was the core. Whoever controlled the inner sect would have the biggest say in the sacred grounds. Of course, Yi Fei and the other disciples did not know about the competition between the upper echelons. Yi Fei only asked Yang Xiao curiously. The first place of the Mountain River list has been empty for 7 years. What's going on? Isn't it because of that pervert Jing Wushou? He is clearly a 4th or 5th level martial revered expert, but he still refuses to become a true disciple. As long as he is in the inner sect, no one dares to fight with him for the first place. So even if Jing Wushou does not return to participate in the competition every year, he is still publicly recognized as the uncrowned king. Yang Xiao said gloomily. Everyone in the inner sect was envious of the 100,000 contribution points, and only Jing Wushou dared to not participate in the competition and was so thick-skinned to receive the white-collar reward every year. Yi Fei also broke out in cold sweat when he heard that. He was still curious. The second-ranked 10th prince had appeared, but the first place was still empty, so that was the reason. Seems like Jing Wushou is not interested in participating in this year's Mountain River list. Lin Sun quietly added, That's not necessarily true. Yi Fei smiled. Jing Wushou had said that he would definitely return for this year's intersect competition. Yi Fei also believed that Jing Wushou would definitely do what he said. Just as the disciples were discussing, Nan Ruo Feng had already arrived at the clan elder's seat and directly sat at Red Lotus clan elder's seat. It was obvious that he wanted to replace Red Lotus clan elder to personally host the Mountain River list competition. This caused many of the Mountain River list experts who worshipped Nan Ruo Feng to become excited. Yi Fei secretly observed and realized that of the top 20 experts, more than 70% of them were looking at Nan Ruo Feng excitedly. Nan Ruo Feng, what's wrong with you? It's fine that you tore apart my sacred land, small world. Don't tell me you want to replace this old man and take charge of the Mountain River list. Nan Ruofeng's return was already very powerful. Now, he had directly taken over the position of Chief Elder. Elder Red Lotus felt that this was a slap to his face. Why can't I? I feel that the rules of the Mountain River list in the past are too simple and crude and are no longer suitable for the current situation. I hope that Clan Elder will allow me to set up new rules and make the Mountain River list more interesting. Nan Ruo Feng spoke gently, with a gentlemanly demeanor. Just that when he spoke, Nan Ruo Feng still took over Red Lotus clan elder's seat. His tone sounded like he was discussing, but it was filled with an unquestionable hint. Obviously, Nan Ruo Feng was not seeking the clan elder's opinion. If he wanted to change the rules, then the rules of the Mountain River list had to be changed according to his wishes. There was no room for discussion for anyone. All the clan elders were shocked. Red Lotus clan elder's face was filled with anger and said angrily, Nan Ruoff Fong, you do not have the authority. Don't forget, you are just a true disciple. Your authority is below the red-robed clan elder. None of the clan elders objected. Only Red Lotus clan elder objected. In Nan Ruoffang's eyes, a look of cold arrogance flashed past, and his tone turned cold. Who says I do not have the authority? Also, I am not a true disciple now, but the only true disciple of the sacred land. Bang! Nan Ruoff Fong, who was seated, suddenly released an astonishing chi that was as heavy as a mountain. Under this chi, all the clan elders who were seated all revealed looks of shock, their bodies uncontrollably bending down. All the disciples who were spectating, regardless of whether it was the outer or inner sect disciples, regardless of whether it was Martial Master or Martial Great Lord, all felt their bodies becoming heavy, as though they were carrying a gigantic mountain. Plop, plop. Sounds of people kneeling down could be heard everywhere, including many of the experts of the Mountain River list. Yifei also felt that the pressure around him had become extremely heavy, and even breathing had become difficult. He could only frantically activate the Devil Emperor's Sutra to barely dispel the sudden, terrifying pressure. After that, Yifei turned to look at the rest and realized that other than himself, only the 10th Prince, Yin Bei, and Shi Feng could barely stand. The rest, including Lin's son and Yang Xiao, had no choice but to bend down, one knee trembling as they kneeled on the ground. Was this Nan Ruoffang's power? Just by releasing his chi, he was able to suppress all the disciples present. At this time, Yifei suddenly understood why the arrogant Lin's son, when mentioning Nan Ruoff Feng, would call him an ant. In truth, Nan Ruoff Feng was too strong. The chi that he released was even stronger than the 10th level Martial Honorable Elder Red Lotus. Martial King, Nan Ruoff Feng, you actually broke through to Martial King. Elder Red Lotus shouted in shock. Martial King. All the disciples' hearts trembled fiercely. Yifei also raised his head and looked at Nan Ruoff Feng in shock. This young man was obviously not much older than the people present, but his cultivation realm was too terrifying to the point that Yifei felt powerless. Yeah, there's actually a disciple who is not affected by my Martial King chi. As though he had noticed Yifei's gaze, Nan Ruoff Feng exclaimed in admiration, but in his eyes a cold aura flashed past. To Nan Ruoff Feng, the disciples of the sacred lands could only do two things when facing him: kneel down, then submit. But now, there was actually a disciple who was able to stand and resist his chi. Nan Ruoff Feng would not allow it. He immediately harumphed coldly and increased the pressure of his Martial King chi. Plop, plop. Yin Bei and Shi Feng were finally unable to withstand the pressure and were forced to kneel down in humiliation. Then, the 10th Prince also let out a groan and helplessly knelt down with one knee on the ground. Only Yifei was still bitterly holding on. He did not know why he was holding on and not kneeling, but Yifei only had one thought in his mind. No matter what, he could not kneel. If he kneeled at this time, it would mean that he would never be able to raise his head and face Nan Ruoff Feng again. Hold on, you must hold on. Yifei clenched his teeth so hard that a cracking sound could be heard. Unfortunately, under the terrifying pressure of the Martial Emperor realm, he could feel his body slowly bending toward the ground. Am I going to kneel? Yifei was extremely unwilling. He would rather break his own legs than allow himself to kneel in front of Nan Ruoff Feng. Interesting. Nan Ruoff Feng laughed, but it was a mocking laugh when seeing an ant resisting stubbornly. Nan Ruoff Feng immediately decided to completely unleash his Martial King chi. Even a Martial Highness would not be able to resist that kind of pressure. He did not believe that a mere Martial Ancestor Realm disciple would be able to withstand it. Chapter 290. Swordsman's Edge. As Yifei felt that he could no longer withstand the pressure of the Martial Emperor realm, a figure appeared before him in an instant. Following this, a terrifying sword glow formed a sword ripple that spread out in all directions. Everyone who was within the range of the sword ripple could feel the pressure on their bodies being relieved. Roar! The 10th prince was the first to stand up. His expression was extremely ugly as he glared at Nan Ruofing. Just now, he had been forced to kneel before Nan Ruofing on one knee. This had greatly affected his martial heart. An emperor should reign supreme over the world. But just now, Nan Ruofing had forced him to kneel. Roar! Roar! Shi Feng and Yin Bei roared furiously. They couldn't accept this. Only true powerhouses could sense how humiliating Nan Ruofing's actions were to them. Just by relying on the might of a martial king, Nan Ruofeng almost caught all the experts of the Mountain River list in one fell swoop, severely damaging their martial hearts. After all, every cultivator was an indomitable spirit. If they yielded to Nan Ruofeng's aura today, then for the next 10 years, or even longer, they would have an enormous shadow in their hearts towards Nan Ruofing. Fortunately, at this moment, Jing Wushou appeared and used his sword intent to force back Nan Ruofing's martial king aura. Many thanks, Jing Wushou. The 10th prince had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at Jing Wushou. Yin Bei and Shi Feng were no exception. Jing Wushou didn't say anything. He immediately released an even stronger sword intent. Sword ripples immediately covered the entire martial arts practice field. Immediately after, they moved towards Nan Ruofing. It really is Jing Wushou, that pervert. Didn't he not participate in the Mountain River list competition in the past? He actually came back this time. What is Jing Wushou doing? Could it be that he wants to go against senior brother Nan? Even more people stood up and looked at Jing Wushou with astonishment. Then, they looked at the gloomy Nan Ruofing who was sitting in the elder's seat. Nan Ruofing was calm and collected. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. He was quite calm. However, when he saw Jing Wushou release his sword intent, a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. Jing Wushou, are you going against me? Don't tell me you are also interested in the Mountain River list. This doesn't seem like your style. Nan Ruofing asked somewhat strangely. I don't care about the Mountain River list. You guys can do whatever you want, but if you want to bully my sword peak, then I will not allow it. Jing Wushou said coldly. Facing Nan Ruofeng's martial king aura, he did not back down. 10th level martial honored realm. Jing Wushou, you have broken through to the 10th level of the martial honorable realm. Finally, Red Lotus Elder realized that something was wrong. Jing Wushou's sword ripple was extremely powerful. Even he was shocked when he saw it. What? 10th level martial honorable. Jing Wushou's cultivation level also shocked all the disciples and elders present. Jing Wushou is a freak. When I saw him a year ago, he was only a rank 7 martial honorable. In less than a year, he is already a rank 10 martial honorable. Sigh. Yang Xiao sighed and stood up again. But thanks to him, we did not completely kneel down to Nan Ruofing. Lin Sen's face was cold. But even so, Yi Fei realized that other than himself, the only people who were not affected by Nan Ruofing were the 10th prince, Yin Bei, Shi Feng, Qi Chuchu, Zhao Yu, Lin Sun, and Yang Xiao. These 8 people. The rest of the people were either willing or forced to submit to Nan Ruofing. As long as the influence was not removed, they would forever be traumatized by Nan Ruofing. It had to be said that this direct disciple's methods were truly tyrannical. Then, Yifei looked worriedly at Luo Shi and Wang Bai. In the end, after sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Yifei realized that Luo Shi and Wang Bai were gone. Didn't that mean that when Nan Ruofing released his aura, the 2 of them were not present? But before Yifei could think further, suddenly, a gaze that made him fearful looked at him. It was Nan Ruofing's gaze. You're from Sword Peak? 10th level martial ancestor realm? Earth grade 6 Dantian quality? There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Nan Ruofing revealed a look of suspicion. To him, other than Yi Fei's talent being passable, he was completely unworthy of his attention. What Earth grade 6? The clan elders were all shocked. Their gazes towards Yi Fei became strange. One must know, When Yifei had just joined the inner sect, he was clearly in the Earth Grade 1. How did he suddenly become a Earth Grade 6 place? Noticing the fiery gazes of the surrounding clan elders, Jing Wushou snorted, as though he was warning the clan elders that Yifei was from Sword Peak, and they had better not have any ideas. Yifei could not help but laugh bitterly. He understood that he could no longer separate himself from Sword Peak. Since he could not separate himself from it, he did not reject it, and straightforwardly admitted, "I am from Sword Peak." Haha, very good. Junior brother, you have finally thought it through. I will also participate in the Mountain River List competition this time, and at the same time, I will also take a look at your growth. Jing Wushou was extremely happy and pulled Yifei up to the stage to spar. Seeing that, Huang Shu's face turned green, even if he had a top-grade treasure. But against the 10th level martial ancestor Jing Wushou, he reckoned that Jing Wushou could kill him with one slap. Huang Shu immediately looked at Nan Ruofeng with pleading eyes. Nan Ruofeng's face flashed a gloomy look. He finally could not take it anymore and stood up. Jing Wushou, 7 years ago, you should have become a true disciple. Now that you are participating in the Mountain River List competition as a 10th level martial ancestor, don't you feel that it is too unfair? Unfair? Don't tell me that lending your gold sword to Huang Shu is fair? Jing Wushou stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at Nan Ruofeng. Nan Ruofeng shook his head indifferently. The Mountain River List does not have a rule that disciples cannot use top-grade treasures. Jing Wushou laughed. The Mountain River List also does not have a rule that a 10th level martial ancestor cannot participate in the competition. As long as I am still an inner sect disciple, I have the qualifications to participate. Both of you, please calm down. There were already clan elders who could not take the fight between Nan Ruofeng and Jing Wushou and carefully stood up, preparing to mediate. After all, the two of them were the most outstanding disciples of Tai Xian's sacred lands. Looking deeply at Jing Wushou, Nan Ruofeng thought for a while, then suddenly laughed. He sat down again and said, "Jing Wushou, you still haven't changed. It's a pity that you have changed. I changed because I want to become stronger. As a direct disciple, I also have the authority to set the rules of the Mountain River List. Now, I will not allow you to participate. Of course, I will also take back the gold sword that I gave to Huang Shu. What do you think?" For the first time, Nan Ruofeng used a negotiating tone. And before that, Yifei had personally witnessed how Nan Ruofeng did not even look at Elder Red Lotus, who was also a 10th level martial ancestor. This is strength. Only with strength can you obtain respect. Without strength, you are destined to be stepped on like an ant. Chapter 291. A single strand of hair with Jing Wushou's strength. Even someone as strong as Nan Ruofeng had to take him into consideration. Seeing that the might of a martial king was unable to suppress Jing Wushou, Nan Ruofeng quickly brought out his identity as a direct disciple. Jing Wushou's face changed. "Junior brother, seems like I am unable to personally witness your strength this time." Helplessly shaking his head at Yifei, Jing Wushou had no choice but to give up on the idea of going up the stage and nodded at Nan Ruofeng. "All right, keep your gold sword. I will not go up the stage." "Sure. Huang Shu, in the next round, you are not allowed to use your gold sword," Nan Ruofeng said indifferently. Huang Shu's face instantly turned as ugly as a pig's liver. Why did he dare to challenge all the experts of the Mountain River List alone, and even one of the 10th Prince, Yin Bei, Shi Feng, and Yifei to go up together? What Huang Xie relied on was his supreme great artifact, the gold sword. Without it, Huang Xie would be nothing. On the stage, the 10th Prince and Yin Bei sneered at Huang Shu. They did not dare to fight with Nan Ruofeng. But against the second-generation Huang Shu, they were too lazy to even use their blade intent and could beat Huang Shu to a pulp. "Brother-in-law, save me." Huang Shu, who was on the stage, was so scared that he was about to cry. But no one pitied him. Nan Ruofeng's performance was too tyrannical, as though he was insulting all the experts of the Mountain River List. Forget about the 10th prince and Yin Bei wanted to teach Huang Shu a lesson. Even Yi Fei was considering whether to go up and join in the fun and teach Huang Shu a lesson. Just then, Nan Ruoff Feng spoke again. Wait. It was just 2 words, but it was enough to intimidate the 10th prince and Yin Bei, who did not dare to make a move, and could only suppress their anger and stare at Nan Ruoffeng. As though he could feel their anger, Nan Ruoffeng laughed. It was a type of arrogance, as though he was looking at ants with disdain. My 2 junior brothers, seems like you're still not convinced by me, Nan Ruoffeng. Fine, I will give you a chance to vent your anger. All the top 20 disciples of the Mountain River list go up the stage. Those who do not go up will automatically lose the qualifications to compete. Yes, senior brother Nan. More than 70% of the disciples rushed into the arena with reverence. A bunch of slaves. Yang Xiao scolded very unhappily. The situation is stronger than the person. Every strong person will experience a time when they are weak. Yi Fei was quite open-minded and quickly walked up to the arena. Then Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, and Zhao Yu came up. The 4 of them stood together and looked after each other. Qi Chuchu stood with the 10th prince, Yin Bei, and Shi Feng. Shangguan Lu also stood firmly beside the 10th prince, forming another group. Of course, the ones with the most people were still Ma Zai and Huang Shu's side. The rest of the people were all gathered there. At the same time, there were also Nan Ruoffeng's admirers. Nan Ruoffeng, exactly what are you planning to do? At this moment, even Elder Hong Lian was unable to understand Nan Ruoffeng's intention. A look of arrogance flashed past Nan Ruoffeng's eyes, and he said, Nothing much. I just feel that the Mountain River list competition over the years is too boring. It is rare for me to come back, so let me, the eldest senior brother, personally test their strength. Nan Ruoffeng, you want to personally take action? A look of anger flashed past Jing Wushou's face. No, there's no one here who is worthy of me personally taking action, including you, Jing Wushou. Nan Ruoffeng's tone was indifferent. This was his pride as a martial king. Although Jing Wushou was angry, he was unable to refute. The current him was still too far away from Nan Ruoffeng. In that case, Nan Ruoffeng, you mean to say, Elder Hong Lian's tone had already become cautious. Nan Ruoffeng had broken through to martial king and become a personal disciple. This meant that Nan Ruoffeng would be the next holy master. Other than the holy master and a few great clan elders who were in close cultivation in the sacred land, no one could stop Nan Ruoffeng. A look of disdain flashed past Nan Ruoffeng's eyes as he spoke. This time, when I went out to train, I had the chance to kill a heavenly demon and learned a special divine ability. Junior brothers, next, I will use a 10th level martial ancestor realm incarnation to fight with all of you. All of you can surround and attack my incarnation, and the first one to be thrown out by me will be ranked 20th, then 19th, 18th, and the one who can last the longest will be ranked 1st. Do you have any objections? Senior brother Nan, we have no objections. Huang Shu and the group of people naturally cheered loudly. Lin Sun and Yang Zhao's faces were filled with anger. Yi Fei was also speechless. Nan Ruoffeng's actions seemed to be fair, but secretly, Nan Ruoffeng could completely rely on his own strength to decide everyone's ranking. But Yi Fei did not object, and neither did the 10th prince's side. Nan Ruoffeng did not even have the intention to ask for other people's opinions. With that said, Nan Ruoffeng had already stood up, and in front of everyone, he plucked out a strand of hair and lightly threw it onto the stage. Junior brothers, you can all begin. You can all join hands, or you can all attack each other. Whoever can last till the end under my strand of hair will be ranked 1st in the Mountain River list. Bang! Nan Ruoffeng's actions shocked everyone. He actually wanted the strongest Mountain River list experts to fight with a strand of hair. Humiliation. Not only Yi Fei felt it, all the martial artists who had the courage to become strong could not accept such humiliation. The 10th prince was the first to be enraged. He took a big step forward and walked towards a strand of hair. It's just a strand of hair. Watch this, prince. Crush it into pieces. Bang! Yin Bei did not say anything. His 40% blade intent sliced through the wind and clouds, and took the lead to slash towards the strand of hair. Without waiting for it to land, he wanted to crush the strand of hair. Lin Nan Ruofeng was expressionless. After throwing down the strand of hair, he did not even look at the battle on stage, and returned to his seat, chatting with the group of black-robed elders who were trying to curry favor with him. And the strand of hair that floated down suddenly released an intense gold light, and a gold figure that was 80% similar to Nan Ruofeng appeared from the strand of hair. He extended out his finger and aimed at the blade intent that was shooting over and lightly tapped. Bang! The 40% blade intent instantly shattered, and the finger pierced through the air and lightly tapped on Yin Bei's body. Wah! Yin Bei screamed out. His shoulder was already pierced by the finger, and a bloody hole appeared. He was almost blown out of the stage. Oh my God, that's a strand of hair. Senior brother, Nan is too strong. It was just a strand of hair, and it was able to heavily injure Yin Bei, one of the strongest dark horses in the Mountain River list. Nan Ruofeng's methods undoubtedly shocked everyone present. On the stage, many of the Mountain River list experts were dumbstruck. Nan Ruofeng's strand of hair was still unsatisfied and stared coldly at Yin Bei. Seeing that you are Master Crazy Blade's disciple, I will not make things difficult for you and allow you to enter the top 10 in the inner sect. Chapter 292. The top 10 were defeated. Berserker Blade Technique. One blade, cleaves, Cloud Road. Shocking murderous intent and broadsword will intertwined. Yin Bei ignored his injuries and charged forward furiously. Many disciples who used broadswords felt their broadswords tremble in anger. Then they soared into the sky. Together with Yin Bei's Yinling broadsword, they cut through the clouds and the void. This was Yin Bei's blade. Blade intent and blade body allowed Yin Bei's comprehension of the blade to reach a height that people of the same age could not reach. Of course, it did not mean that no one could reach Yin Bei's level. For example, the 10th Prince. Seeing Yin Bei unsheath his blade and Nan Ruofeng's incarnation, the 10th Prince was shocked and immediately decided on something. Yin Bei, Shifeng, Chi Chu Chu, with the three of us working together, I don't believe that the four of us won't be able to deal with a mere 10th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator's clone. Shangwan Lu, keep an eye on the others. Do not let anyone disturb us. Yes, 10th Prince. Shangwan Lu was extremely loyal to the 10th Prince. This was also because the Shangwan family was a super aristocratic family in Taiwu country. Hearing the 10th Prince's order, Shangwan Lu unsheathed his sword. He was already vigilantly watching everyone. At this time, the 10th Prince also moved. 8 Desolation Bloody Battle. The 10th Prince unsheathed his blade. In an instant, the blade turned into a torrential blood river. It dyed the ground and the sky red. The 10th Prince stood in the middle of the blood river. Like a bloodthirsty Azura, he waved his blade crazily. The terrifying blade, Qi, almost covered half of the stage. A few disciples who were close to him were not careful and were injured by the blade Qi. They spat out blood and helplessly flew out of the stage. No one expected the 10th Prince's blade, Qi, to be so strong. His killing intent was also so terrifying. Even Ma Zai's face changed. He pulled Huang Shu, and the group of people quickly dodged to the side. The 10th Prince is going all out. Let's not be affected. Ma Zai looked at the 10th Prince fearfully. Huang Shu was indifferent. He raised his head proudly. What are you afraid of? My brother-in-law's incarnation is here. Who can stop him? The number 1 the Mountain River list will belong to me, Huang Shu. But you, Yi Fei, you actually met me on the stage. I will not let you off. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear young Master Huang Xie's words? This Yi Fei offending young Master Huang Xie is the same as offending senior brother Nan Ruofeng. As long as we teach this person a lesson, we will definitely gain the favor of senior brother Nan Ruofeng. Ma Zai laughed heartily and took the lead to charge towards Yi Fei. Tian 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 Tian. Shu Tian 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 and Tian 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 and Tian Tian. Tion, 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 Tion. Huangshu was very satisfied with Ma Zai's tactfulness. At this time, he no longer treated Ma Zai as a friend, but as a follower. Ma Zai, you did very well. I will recommend you to my brother-in-law. Now, take your men and teach this Yifei a lesson. Except for Princess Zhaoyu, you can't hurt her. As for the other three, beat them up, break their arms and legs, and make them kneel in front of me like dogs. Yes, young Master Huang Xie, Ma Zai replied loudly, and immediately brought 10 Mountain River list experts, sneering as they approached Yifei. Looking at Ma Zai's lackey face, Yifei secretly shook his head and said in a low voice, Ma Zai, to think that you're one of the top 3 intersect experts. You don't even understand the principle of better to be a beggar than a slave. A person like you, no matter how talented you are, will be despised by others. Shut up, Yifei. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Now, are you going to kneel on your own, or do you want us to beat you until you kneel? Ma Zai said with a sinister smile. It was Yifei who had chased him out of the auction and cut off his biggest source of income. Ma Zai had long wanted to take revenge, and now was the best opportunity. All of you attack. Ma Zai instructed the surrounding Mountain River list experts. All of the disciples were experts in the top 20 of the Mountain River list. At this moment, many people joined forces again. Even though they knew that Yifei's strength was extremely terrifying, no one retreated. Instead, they all used their strongest strength and charged forward. Courting death. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were enraged at the same time. Zhao Yu's jet black hair once again became the color of flames. Yifei's face darkened and suddenly turned to the people behind him and said, "Leave these lackeys to me. You guys go and deal with Ma Zai and Huang Xie." All right. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao knew how terrifying Yifei's strength was. The two of them were not worried. Lin Sun was in front while Yang Xiao was behind, and the two of them rushed towards Ma Zai. Zhao Yu did not hesitate either. Behind her back, a pair of fire and ice wings suddenly appeared. She flew into the air and rushed towards Huang Xie, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Just at this moment, Yifei had already rushed into the crowd. The Battle Demon Golden Body was instantly activated. Being in the 10th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm, it allowed Yifei's Devil Emperor Sutras might to increase by another level. When the 7 Killing Fists was unleashed, it allowed Yifei to transform into a terrifying ancient war demon. He ignored all of the attacks from the surrounding disciples. Instead, every time Yifei released a fist, a Mountain River list disciple would be injured and spit out blood. They would be smashed out of the stage by Yifei and lose the qualifications to continue participating in the competition. This person actually joined Sword Peak and did not use a sword. Nan Ruo Feng's incarnation glanced at Yifei, seemingly surprised. Just as the incarnation was stunned, the 10th Prince and Yin Bei's blade intent had already shattered Nan Ruo Feng's true essence, divine qi. One after the other, the same terrifying blade aura landed on Nan Ruo Feng's body. But Nan Ruo Feng was not afraid, and only sneered. 2 fingers suddenly pointed out. Even though they were launched later, they reached first and consecutively pointed at the 2 blade auras. The 10th Prince and Nan Ruo Feng felt as though they were struck by lightning. The qi in their bodies was actually shattered by Nan Ruo Feng's seemingly ordinary 2 fingers. Just at this moment, another attack suddenly came from the sky. Qi Chu Chu was as light as a butterfly. Without a sound, she had already appeared above Nan Ruo Feng's head. A gigantic fist image brought along a terrifying true essence vortex. Like a drill, it fiercely smashed onto Nan Ruo Feng's incarnation's head. If it was anyone else, even if they were a martial honorable expert, they would instantly lose their life after meeting the terrifying attacks of the 3 of them. But Nan Ruo Feng's incarnation actually laughed. It was a confident and mocking sneer. Interesting, the 3 of you are indeed powerful. But since you are not willing to be used by me, then there will be no place for you in the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Obviously, Nan Ruo Feng's interference in the Mountain River list was not on a whim, but a plan. Since the 10th Prince and the rest were not willing to submit to him. Nan Ruo Feng would definitely not give them the chance to continue growing. Bang! The moment the protective true essence divine Qi broke, Nan Ruo Feng's body suddenly released a berserk energy that was like a tsunami. With Nan Ruo Feng as the center, the terrifying true essence formed a wave that continuously spread out to the surroundings of the stage. Yin Bei, the 10th prince, and Qi Chu immediately felt their bodies going out of control. They were pushed out of the stage by the berserk Qi wave. Chapter 293. A close call, however. Nan Ruofeng had forgotten one thing. On the 10th prince's side, there were not only 3 great experts. There was also Shi Feng, who had yet to make a move. At this critical moment, Shi Feng made his move. The stone locks filled the air and formed an iron gate, blocking the river. At this moment, the quintessence waves spreading in all directions were all blocked by the stone locks. Of course, Shi Feng also paid a great price. Blood spurted out from his nose and ears. He had almost single-handedly withstood the damage of Nan Ruofeng's true essence wave. Bang! The first stone lock instantly exploded, followed by the second, the third, and the fourth. Even Yi Fei had to use the great circle of the 7 killing fists in order to shatter the stone lock. Nan Ruofeng had only used a single strand of hair to condense an incarnation to shatter it. Evidently, even though Nan Ruofeng's clone strength was only at the 10th level of the martial ancestor realm, the power it could unleash was even more terrifying than a martial exalted realm elder. Shi Feng, are you alright? At the same time, the 10th prince, Yin Bei, and Qi Chu used Shi Feng as a shield to avoid being blasted out of the arena. Then, they immediately gathered around Shi Feng. Shi Feng's face was cold, and he suddenly pushed away the 10th prince who was about to help him up. He shouted, "Don't worry about me. I can still fight. We can't compare to Nan Ruofeng, but could it be that we can't compare to a single strand of his hair? Yes, let's continue fighting. If we can't even defeat a single strand of hair, then what is the point of cultivating martial arts? What is the point of achieving the Tao?" Hearing Shi Feng's words, the 10th prince and Yin Bei felt encouraged. Qi Chu pursed her red lips. Her delicate body exuded an extremely domineering and heroic aura. Kill! The 10th prince followed closely behind, charging towards Nan Ruofeng. Kill! Yin Bei's broadsword was swept out. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a heavenly broadsword, slashing forward. Fight! Qi Chu's voice was gentle and beautiful. Her fist technique was extremely ferocious, filled with boundless tyranny and destructive power. The 4 experts of the Mountain River list did not admit defeat, and once again rushed towards Nan Ruofeng. Interesting. Let me see, you so-called Mountain River list experts. How much potential do you have to dare not kneel to me? Nan Ruofeng's mouth had a trace of ridicule and coldness as he walked forward step by step. He ignored the 10th prince's blade light and Yin Bei's sharpness. He stretched out his finger again and tapped lightly. He had already flicked away Qi Chu's tyrannical fist shadow. In the end, Nan Ruofeng's fist was aimed at the injured Shi Feng, who was also the weakest. He punched out. That punch shattered space, and even a mountain peak could be shattered. The 10th prince's expression changed. Yin Bei and Qi Chu's expressions also changed. They could not block this punch. The injured Shi Feng could not block this punch. Could it be that Shi Feng can't even enter the top 10 this time? Qi Chu's voice trembled. It was as if she could see Shi Feng's fate, which was the same as theirs. Lin's son, Yang Xiao, you 2 despicable bastards. Suddenly, Ma Zai's miserable shriek came from afar, startling the 10th prince and the rest. It also caused Nan Ruofeng's fist to pause for a moment. He subconsciously looked towards the direction of the shriek. In the end, Nan Ruofeng saw a scene that surprised him. Lin's son and Yang Xiao, who were originally martial ancestor 10th stage, actually burst forth with the strength of a half-step martial honorable while fighting Ma Zai together. Ma Zai was immediately at a disadvantage. He was jointly thrown out of the stage by Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, together with the few that were thrown out by Yi Fei. Ma Zai, who was originally ranked third on the Mountain River list, did not even enter the top 10. He was actually ranked 14th. The disciples and elders present all looked at Ma Zai with strange expressions. Realizing this result, Ma Zai was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. A half-step martial honorable actually dropped from 3rd to 14th. This caused Ma Zai to lose all his face. Nan Ruo Feng also retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "This Ma Zai is truly disappointing. However, this kind of accident will not happen again. Sure, Feng, I will start with you." Rumble. Nan Ruo Feng continued to wave his fist, intending to throw Sure Feng out of the stage. Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came out, causing Nan Ruo Feng to stop. "Brother-in-law, save me. This Zhao Yu wants to kill me." Huang Shu was sweating profusely. He risked his life and ran towards Nan Ruo Feng. Behind Huang Shu, there was a firebird that was spitting out flames. It was like a meteor that was chasing closely behind Huang Shu. Huang Shu did not even have the courage to fight with Zhao Yu. He could only cry and run towards Nan Ruo Feng. Nan Ruo Feng was instantly enraged. Ma Zai's unexpected elimination had already made Nan Ruo Feng unhappy. Now, Huang Shu was actually being beaten by Zhao Yu to the point where he could not even retaliate. Nan Ruo Feng could not tolerate this. Nan Ruo Feng immediately changed the direction of his fist. His fist, which was originally aimed at Sure Feng, suddenly smashed towards Huang Shu across the air. Cracks appeared in the space under Nan Ruo Feng's fist, and it rapidly crashed into the firebird that was chasing after Huang Shu. Zhao Yu felt the space tremble. The firebird formed by the meteor shower had already been smashed into pieces by Nan Ruo Feng's fist. Following that, Zhao Yu felt a shocking fist energy. It was like Mount Tai was about to crash into her body. Battle Demon Golden Body. Yi Fei understood that with Zhao Yu's strength, she would not be able to withstand an attack from Nan Ruo Feng's clone. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. He spread his golden rock wings and swept past, knocking Zhao Yu to the side. "Zhao Yu, let's switch opponents. I'll deal with this Huang Shu." As Yi Fei spoke, he executed the 7 killing fists and faced Nan Ruo Feng's fist energy head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The perfect 7 killing fists was able to shatter space, much less an attack from a 10th level martial ancestor realm cultivator. Nan Ruo Feng's fist energy was immediately shattered by the terrifying killing intent of the 7 killing fists. "Yi Fei, you're the one who spoiled my plans again. Mountain River List Rank 1 is destined to be mine. You guys will not have any chance. Get out of the stage." Seeing that Yi Fei had actually shattered Nan Ruo Feng's fist energy, Nan Ruo Feng had already noticed him and would definitely protect him. Huang Shu's frightened expression suddenly became sinister. 8 true essence arms formed 8 bucket-like, gigantic fist images, smashing onto Yi Fei's body. It had to be said, Huang Shu's timing was too good and too despicable. He did not attack previously, but waited for Yi Fei to help Zhao Yu block Nan Ruo Feng's fist energy. When the golden body was already shattered, he suddenly attacked. If the 8 fists hit, even if Yi Fei did not die, he would be heavily injured. Zhao Yu, Lin Sun, and Yang Zhao's faces all changed. But it was a pity that they were unable to stop it in time. They could only watch as Yi Fei shattered Nan Ruo Feng's fist energy. Huang Shu's 8 true essence arms smashed onto Yi Fei's vitals. Finally, the terrifying true essence exploded. It caused the entire stage to tremble intensely. Huang Shu laughed with delight. "Ha, Yi Fei, this is the result of going against me. This time, even if I don't kill you, I will make you lose a layer of skin." Rumble, rumble. Just as Huang Shu was laughing, a golden figure, like a war demon, quickly rushed through the shattered space and suddenly appeared in front of Huang Shu. Chapter 294. Wrath of the King Pa. Yi Fei didn't say much to Huang Xia. The best way to deal with such a despicable person was to beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him up until he was in pain. Beat him up until he cried. Beat him up until he was afraid of him. Hence, Yi Fei made his move. He slapped Huang Shu again on the spot and did not wait for Huang Shu to react. Ha! Another slap landed on the other side of Huang Shu's face. Without waiting for Huang Shu to scream, Yi Fei's hand, which was like an iron clamp, grabbed Huang Shu's neck. Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. Following that, the only thing that could be heard in the entire arena was the crisp and resounding sound of slaps that kept ringing in the arena. Brother-in-law, save the goose. Huang Shu was completely dumbfounded. Due to the difference in strength, he was unable to break free from Yi Fei's control. He could only watch as palm after palm slapped his face in a frenzy. The sound was so loud and clear, yet it was also so crisp and pleasing to the ear. Just hearing that sound made many disciples feel a burning pain on their faces. Huang Shu, who had been slapped almost 100 times in an instant, had his face turn blood red. Broken teeth were spat out one by one in the rhythm of Yi Fei's slaps. Many of the elders who saw this were shocked. How is this possible? This Yi Fei's golden body defense was clearly shattered when he blocked Nan Ruofeng's fist force. Huang Shu immediately followed up with a sneak attack. Yi Fei shouldn't have had time to activate his golden body a second time. How is he still uninjured? Many people's faces were filled with confusion. Only Nan Ruofeng noticed that there was still a shattered jade tablet at Yi Fei's feet. That's the invisibility talisman that I gave to Huang. Not only did it have the ability to conceal itself, but the array within it could also temporarily block attacks from martial honorables and below. It had actually fallen into someone else's hands, and even turned around to deal with Huang Shu. When Nan Ruofeng thought of this, he finally seriously sized up Yi Fei again. And on the arena stage, as Nan Ruofeng's incarnation saw Huang Shu being slapped in midair like a dog, he was immediately enraged. Stop! Nan Ruofeng's incarnation shouted. Yi Fei's actions were not only a slap to Huang Shu's face, but also a slap to Nan Ruofeng's face. You want me to stop, right? Fine. Who asked you to be the eldest senior brother? I'll do as you say. Yi Fei finally stopped beating Huang Shu. In front of Nan Ruofeng's incarnation, he suddenly raised his leg and ruthlessly kicked Huang Shu in the stomach. Crack! Many people could clearly hear the sound of Huang Shu's internal organs exploding from the kick. Since his neck was no longer choked, Huang Shu could finally let out a complete and indistinct scream. Huang Shu felt that he was too unlucky. He had met Yi Fei 3 times and had been slapped 3 times. The pain made Huang Shu cry. Then, Huang Shu was also sent flying. He was kicked out of the arena by Yi Fei several hundred meters away. It was neither near nor far. He landed on a spectator's stands and rolled to the side of Nan Ruofeng's feet. He fainted on the spot from the pain. Bang! Nan Ruofeng stood up with a gloomy expression. The jade chair he was sitting on shattered into pieces from Nan Ruofeng's anger. Sensing the anger of the main body, the incarnation that remained in the arena also became enraged. Yi Fei, you are very good. You have successfully angered me. Let me see what qualifications you have to enter Sword Peak. As for the rest of you, scram. Boom! Nan Ruofeng did not deal with Yi Fei first. Instead, he suddenly released a terrifying wave of quintessential essence that swept out in all directions. Yi Fei immediately felt a terrifying pressure descend on every inch of the arena. The pressure made it hard for people to breathe. How could he not know that his action of kicking Huang Shu out had truly angered Nan Ruofeng? Nan Ruofeng did not even care about limiting the martial realm of his incarnation. Yi Fei could clearly sense that Nan Ruofeng's incarnation in the arena had broken through the 10th layer martial ancestor realm due to his anger. He instantly entered the half-step martial saint realm. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the quintessential essence released by Nan Ruofeng's incarnation became even more terrifying. After Huang Shu, a few disciples who were still fighting with Zhao, you could not control their bodies and flew out of the arena. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao held hands and squatted on the arena. Only then did they avoid the fate of being blown out. Zhao Yu's expression changed as well. He quickly sealed himself in ice. However, the ice on the ground quickly shattered under the pressure of Nan Ruofeng's incarnation's quintessential essence. On the other side, the expressions of the 10th Prince and the others turned extremely ugly. The injured Shifeng had already been blown to the edge of the arena. He would have fallen off the arena if he'd gotten any closer. Chi Chuchu looked at Nan Ruofeng's incarnation in horror and helplessness. Suddenly, she shouted at Yi Fei, "Yi Fei, quickly think of something. You caused this. If this incarnation goes berserk and breaks through to the martial saint realm, we will all be in danger. Don't worry. He does not have the ability. I will also not allow him to break through to the martial saint realm." Yi Fei's expression sank. He did not care about the incarnation going berserk. His gaze turned and suddenly landed on Shangwan Lu, who was also at the edge of the arena. At this moment, Shangwan Lu's situation was worse than Lin Sen's and Yang Zhao's. Under the pressure of Nan Ruofeng's incarnation going berserk, Shangwan Lu's entire body was sprawled on the arena. He could only stab the treasured sword in his hand into the ground to maintain his balance and not be blown off the arena by the berserk quintessential essence. Yi Fei also thought highly of the sword in Shangwan Lu's hand. This was because it was a low-grade weapon and should be able to withstand the tyrannical quintessential essence of the Demon Emperor's scripture. "Shangwan Lu, lend me your sword." Yi Fei endured the pressure of the quintessential essence and walked in front of Shangwan Lu. "What? You want my sword? Don't you have your own sword?" Shangwan Lu was very unwilling. If he let go of the sword in his hand, with his strength, he would immediately be blown off the arena. However, Yi Fei did not have time to explain. His face sank as he said loudly, "Lend me your sword." "Shangwan Lu, lend it to him." The 10th Prince, who was struggling in front, suddenly understood something and loudly ordered Shangwan Lu. Shangwan Lu's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll lend it to you. I hope you won't disappoint the 10th Prince." Bang! Shangwan Lu let go of the sword, and his entire body was instantly blown off the arena by the berserk quintessential essence. At this moment, Yi Fei strode forward and grabbed the long green sword that was stuck in the ground. The sword's name was 3 Qi Qingfeng. "Good name, Nan Ruofeng. Let me use this Qingfeng sword to kill your incarnation." Yi Fei held the Qingfeng sword in his hand, and a shocking sword intent and battle intent instantly exploded from his body. "Nan Ruofeng, fight with me." Boom! The sword intent soared into the sky, and the sharp radiance formed a huge sword shadow that slashed towards Nan Ruofeng's incarnation. At this moment, Nan Ruofeng's incarnation also moved. He seemed to be surprised that Yi Fei could not only move freely under such great pressure, but also dared to draw his sword against him. However, Nan Ruofeng then laughed. It was a mocking and disdainful laugh. "You overestimate yourself. Even if you haven't broken through to martial honorable, I can still kill you as a half-step martial honorable. How dare you show off in front of me with a mere 30% sword intent?" Bang! Nan Ruofeng's incarnation did not do anything in the face of Yi Fei's shocking sword radiance. He only stretched out a finger and pointed at Yi Fei's sword radiance the moment the sword radiance reached his body. The sword radiance instantly shattered. Even a 40% saber intent could not do anything to the incarnation, let alone Yi Fei, who had just comprehended 30% sword intent. Not only that, Chapter 295. There's only one left. Devouring Sword Essence. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't let Nan Ruofeng's finger touch him so easily. He flapped his golden rock wings and flew straight into the sky. The Qingfeng sword was inverted, and a ball of pitch-black light suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword. It grew bigger and instantly formed a pitch-black black hole that enveloped Nan Ruofeng. "Your sword is not bad. Unfortunately, the sword will never be the strongest in the Taishan Holy Land." Covering the sky with one hand, Nan Ruofeng's body didn't move. He raised a hand and quickly grabbed at the sky. He also grabbed at Yi Fei's descending Qing Feng sword. When the black hole space collided with Nan Ruofeng's palm, Yi Fei suddenly felt an enormous resistance coming from the black hole space that had always been successful. Before he could understand what was going on, boom, the void shook. Nan Ruofeng's palm had already reached deep into the black hole. The devouring power didn't even have time to tear his palm apart. A terrifying true qi had already erupted from the black hole, causing it to explode. Nan Ruofeng grabbed the falling Qing Feng sword. Clang! It was clearly a body of flesh and blood, but when Nan Ruofeng's palm grabbed the azure-edged sword, it emitted the sound of metal clashing. Yi Fei could clearly see with his naked eye that a small crack had already appeared on the Qing Feng sword. This Nan Ruofeng's palm was actually so terrifying. Putting aside the fact that he could forcefully resist the low-grade treasure weapon, the azure-edged sword, he actually wanted to shatter the azure-edged sword with his bare hands. A hint of anger flashed across Yi Fei's face. Kill. 7 killing fist. 7 kills through the sky. Realizing that the Qing Feng sword was unable to block Nan Ruofeng's attack, Yi Fei held his sword with one hand and clashed with Nan Ruofeng's palm. With his other hand, he quickly punched out. 7 fist shadows, accompanied by a strong sonic boom, smashed down on the head of the incarnation below. The light of a grain of rice. Nan Ruofeng was not afraid. His face was filled with ridicule and anger. He grabbed the emerald-edged sword with one hand and raised his other hand to grab Yi Fei's fist shadow. He actually planned to break Yi Fei's 7 killing fist at the same time. Nan Ruofeng is too terrifying. Humph! Is he the #1 true disciple and the strongest genius of the Holy Land? This Yi Fei wants to go against senior brother Nan? He's simply courting death. That's not necessarily true. Yi Fei isn't the only one on the stage. Boom! Just as Yi Fei's 7-kill fist was about to collide with Nan Ruofeng's fist, the nearby air started to vibrate violently. Yanbei raised his Yinling blade high up. The bright blade light formed a wide river that cut towards Nan Ruofeng's avatar at the waist. 10,000 miles of bloody slaughter, blood saber, severing divine soul. Was Azar? Is the is RR, is 10 tens, or is of course, was, is were, is was were, was it? Was of course were was. Was, were was. Domineering aura. Chi Chu Chu followed closely behind. Her innate tyrannical fist was strong and ferocious. It shattered the space and charged at Nan Ruofeng with an indomitable aura. The attacks of Yi Fei's group of 4 practically hit Nan Ruofeng's incarnation at the same time, and all of them dealt fatal blows. After all, this was just a clone and not Nan Ruofeng's real body. They didn't have to worry about killing him. Even a true martial honorable would die in an instant under the full force of the 4 experts' attacks. No matter how strong Nan Ruofeng was, this clone's strength was only half a martial honorable. Nan Ruofeng couldn't avoid suffering serious injuries. Yi Fei's 7-killing fist directly shattered one of the clone's palms. Yin Bei and the 10th Prince's swords also cut deeply into the clone's body, almost cutting it in half. Before the clone could counterattack, Chi Chu Chu's strong, innate tyrannical fist had already arrived. Her fist was full of dominance, and it instantly pierced through the clone's body. Kill. Lin's son, Yang Xiao, Shifeng, and Zhao Yu were afraid that they still wouldn't die. They used the last of their strength and mercilessly attacked the clone with their strongest attacks. A group of ants dares to stop me, then prepare to receive my wrath. External incarnation. Nan Ruofeng's incarnation suddenly exploded. However, it wasn't destroyed. In the instant it exploded, 8 more identical clones appeared. They charged towards everyone present from all directions. Boom! The entire place was in an uproar. All the disciples were stunned. On the stage, Yi Fei's face flashed with fear. This Nan Ruofeng was too terrifying. It was fine if he used his hair to create clones, but this clone could also create external clones. A total of 8 clones charged towards the remaining 8 people present. Heaven and earth dominating palm. Boom, boom, boom. 8 majestic palms slapped towards Yi Fei and the others at the same time. Everyone frantically retreated, but the speed of the 8 clones was too fast. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were the first to be hit, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying out of the battle stage, followed by muffled groans. Zhao Yu and Shifeng were also hit and sent flying out of the battle stage. Even if I lose, I will still destroy one of your clones. Heaven flying immortal. Chi Chu vomited blood and was sent flying out of the stage. However, the instant she was sent flying, she finally succeeded in using her trump card. Chi Chu condensed all the true origin in her body and turned it into sharp flower petals. In an instant, a corner of the stage that had already turned into a sea of flower petals suddenly exploded. It was as if a half-step martial saint had exploded. The clone that attacked Chi Chu was caught off guard and immediately exploded, not even leaving behind a corpse. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Chi Chu actually managed to destroy one of Nan Ruofeng's clones? In the spectator stand, Nan Ruofeng's eyes suddenly became gloomy and he let out a cold snort. This cold snort caused the 7 avatars in the arena to tremble. Then, an even more terrifying storm of true origin erupted from these avatars. Oh no, Nan Ruofeng is serious. Jing Wushou was the first to feel that something was wrong and wanted to stop it. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura descended upon Jing Wushou. Even someone as strong as Jing Wushou felt his breathing stop for a moment, even though he managed to break free from that aura. However, this short period of time was enough for the clones in the stage to launch their strongest attack. Extermination Strike. The 7 clones flew into a rage at the same time and waved their fists. 6 of them rushed towards Yin Bei and the 10th Prince, who Nan Ruofeng thought were the most difficult to deal with. Only one of them rushed towards Yi Fei. Kill. The 7 clones opened their mouths and waved their fists at the same time, causing the void to shatter. Under such an attack, no matter how strong Yin Bei and the 10th Prince were, they were unable to withstand it. They could only risk their lives and kill one of Nan Ruofeng's clones at the same time. They were already sent flying out of the stage. In the entire stage, there was only one person left, and that was Yi Fei. Yin Bei and the 10th Prince who were sent flying looked at Yi Fei at the same time and shouted, "Yi Fei, it's all up to you. Don't let us, the experts of the Mountain River list, be humiliated. Yes, we can't defeat the real Nan Ruofeng. Don't tell me we can't even defeat a single strand of his hair. Yi Fei, do your best. Do your best." Chapter 296. That sword stroke. They could not blame the experts of the Mountain River list for being angry. Nan Ruofeng was truly a bully. He first used a single hair to humiliate everyone. Following this, during the battle, he suddenly raised his cultivation from the 10th layer martial ancestor realm to the half martial highness realm. Furthermore, he was so despicable as to use his martial emperor realm clone to create 8 clones, thus increasing the number of targets of the battle from 1 to 8. How could anyone resist this? Even though none of the elders and disciples present dared to say that Nan Ruofeng's actions were wrong, Nan Ruofeng's actions still deeply humiliated every expert present, let alone the 10th princes. Even Yi Fei could not tolerate this. 10th Prince, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, don't worry. All of you have not killed the incarnations. Leave them all to me. The glory of the Mountain River list cannot be tarnished. Our dignity is not something you can trample on as you please. Yi Fei held the azure edge sword in his hand as he felt a sense of regret. If he hadn't been overly cautious and had used his strongest sword technique early on, Nan Ruofeng's clone definitely wouldn't have been so insolent, and everyone's dignity wouldn't have been trampled on. Now, he wanted everyone to regain what they had lost from Nan Ruofeng's clone. Nan Ruofeng, I will definitely slay you in the next 2 moves. Yi Fei raised his Qing Feng sword and coldly pointed it at Nan Ruofeng's remaining 5 incarnations. These 5 incarnations were the final strength of Nan Ruofeng's hair. They were also the final advantage that the 10th prince and the others had fought for with all their strength. Whether it was for himself or for everyone else, Yi Fei would never allow himself to lose, especially losing to someone like Nan Ruofeng. Kill. An astonishing sword will soared into the sky. Yi Fei no longer held back. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the entire arena. Finally, it tore the sky apart and formed a huge black hole. 30% sword essence, devouring sword essence. This Yi Fei can be considered a rare genius. Even if he can't compare to Nan Ruofeng and Jing Wushou, he's still on par with the 10th prince and Yin Bei. Elder Hong Lian gave his evaluation when he sensed Yi Fei's sword light. He doesn't have a special constitution. No matter how high his talent is or how strong his comprehension is, this child's achievements will be limited. In the future, not only will he not be able to compare to Nan Ruofeng and Jing Wushou, even the 10th prince and Yin Bei will have to look up to Yi Fei. Overestimating himself. Even the 10th prince and the others weren't a match for Nan Ruofeng's incarnation. What did he say earlier? That he would kill Nan Ruofeng's incarnation with 2 strikes? The elders discussed animatedly as they watched the battle on the stage. Many of them simply revealed cold smiles on their faces. Nan Ruofeng, who was in the spectator stands, also sneered disdainfully when he heard this. The higher a martial artist's cultivation goes, the more important it is to have a special body constitution. Jing Wushou, are you all confused? How could you let such a mediocre person enter Sword Peak? How dare you say such things to me now? Kill him, Nan Ruofeng said coldly. He directly ignored the Mountain River List's rule of not killing. In front of the thousands of disciples and hundreds of elders, he publicly ordered his incarnation to kill Yi Fei. The entire place was silent. No one dared to express their dissatisfaction. This was Nan Ruofeng. This was the power of a martial king. Only a few people who understood Yi Fei, like Jing Wushou and Zhao Yu, were secretly anticipating something. On the stage, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Nan Ruofeng's remaining 5 incarnations all sneered in disdain. "Ant, I originally did not want to kill you, but since you overestimate yourself, then I would like to see how you will kill me with 2 strikes. Die!" Bang, 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 bang. Nan Ruofeng's 5 incarnations all revealed killing intent at the same time. They took a step forward, and this step caused many of the martial honorable realm elders to be shocked. It was obviously an extremely powerful combination array. Even if they were martial honorable experts, if they were to fall into it, they would be killed in 1 strike. A pressure that was as heavy as the mountains and seas came from all directions, crushing down on Yi Fei. Yi Fei's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Facing 5 half-step martial honorable incarnations at the same time, even if it was him, he would feel the immense pressure. After that, the pressure turned into an astonishing fighting intent. The sword aura was dazzling. Yi Fei's entire body was dazzling with golden light. The war demon golden body was instantly activated. Yi Fei endured the pressure and took a step forward, ignoring the 5 incarnations and the terrifying pressure from the combination array. Nan Ruofeng's 5 incarnations were enraged at the same time. 5 terrifying hands covered the sky and enveloped Yi Fei. The entire stage was filled with Nan Ruofeng's indifferent, cold, and emotionless voice. "Kneel down and accept your death." Bang! With just 2 words, the sky shattered and the stage cracked. The place where Yi Fei was standing sank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the true strength of Nan Ruofeng's incarnations. Although they were only half-step martial honorables, the crowd did not doubt that even a real martial honorable would be instantly killed by Nan Ruofeng's incarnations. Heaven-bearing sword. At that instant, Yi Fei raised the Qing Feng sword in his hand and uttered the words coldly. The words were spoken in a calm, serious, and without the slightest hesitation. It was as if Yi Fei had drawn out his sword to bury the heavens and earth. The sky that had been shattered by Nan Ruofing instantly came to a stop. Following this, the entire heavens and earth came to a stop. Then it began to tremble, repelling the terrifying sword. How is this possible? You're just an ordinary person. How could you control the force of the heavens and earth and restrict my movements? Unfortunately, it's useless. An ant will always be an ant. Nan Ruofing laughed coldly. His 5 incarnations unleashed a vast amount of true energy at the same time, allowing them to move forward and ignore the repelling force of the heavens and earth. Yi Fei wore a stern expression as he calmly shook his head. That's right. I'm just an ordinary person. In your eyes, I'm just an ant. However, don't forget that every expert starts off as an ant. Everyone starts off as an ordinary person. Nan Ruofing, take my second sword. Heaven-devouring sword. Bang! The repelling force of the heavens and earth became even more intense. This time, Yi Fei did not restrict Nan Ruofing's movements. Instead, he used his full strength to restrict the speed of Nan Ruofing's heaven-covering hand. Meanwhile, a huge spatial crack had already appeared in the shattered space above his head. Yi Fei circulated his quintessence and stretched out his hand with all his might to grab hold of this spatial crack. Slash! Yi Fei grabbed the crack and turned it into a giant pitch-black sword. It swept across the place and surrounded Nan Ruofing's 5 incarnations. Die! Rumble! Just at this moment, Nan Ruofing's 5 heaven-covering hands also brought with them the astonishing power of Mount Tai as they fiercely slammed towards Yi Fei's body from different directions. They then collided with Yi Fei's sword light, causing a shocking explosion. The entire arena was torn apart by the attacks of the 2 people. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. In the spectator stands, all the elders stood up. All the disciples around the arena widened their eyes. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were nervous, while the Tent Prince and Yin Bei were shocked. Zhao Yu clenched her fists and bit her red lips. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. She was afraid that she might never see Yi Fei again after this battle. Sister-in-law, don't worry. With your brother protecting him, these people from his sacred land won't be able to hurt him. Wang Bai appeared out of nowhere. His expression was solemn, and his 4 eyebrows fluttered in the wind. He looked less comical and more dignified. Whoosh! Elder Hong Lian and Jing Wushou waved their hands at the same time, dispersing the dust in the arena. In the middle of the arena, there was a clear figure lying on the ground. He was slowly crawling up from the ruins of the arena with difficulty. At the same time, there were 5 other figures standing around coldly, without moving. They stared coldly at Yi Fei, who was crawling up from the ruins. And Nan Ruofing's incarnation looked down at Yi Fei with disdain. That's right, the current me is indeed not as good as you. Yi Fei sighed. He finally stood up shakily and threw away the 2 halves of the green-edged sword in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei suddenly said in a deep voice, "But even if we're ants, we still have our dignity. Even if we're ants, our anger can still shatter a towering mountain." Bang! Following Yi Fei's words, the mountain river list that was originally erected behind the arena suddenly split open from the middle. The gigantic mountain fell down and crashed into the surging river below. Chapter 297. Mountains and Rivers Shatter Boom. The mountain river list actually shattered. All of the clan elders watched on. All of the disciples watched on. No one could believe that it was real. The mountain river list that had existed in the sacred ground for over 1,000 years, the symbol of the strongest in the inner sect, would actually be slashed apart by a single sword. But it was something that happened in front of everyone's eyes. No one could deny it. They had all seen it with their own eyes. Yi Fei's sword had not only killed Nan Ruofing's powerful and invincible incarnation, he had even cut the mountain river list into 2. Mountain river shattering. It's truly the mountain river shattering. That's great, ha ha. Elder Red Lotus suddenly laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with madness and joy. Yi Fei was baffled by it. This old man is laughing so crazily. Could this be the legendary laughter due to anger? What if the Holy Land wants me to compensate? How can I afford it? Cold sweat rolled down Yi Fei's forehead. If not for the fact that there were so many people around and he had nowhere to run, he would have definitely run as far away as possible. He was filled with regret. If he knew that the swallowing heaven styles might was so terrifying, he would have controlled it well and only killed Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation. Why did he have to kill the Mountain River List cultivators as well? Of course, Yi Fei also knew that he had used all his strength in that attack just now. Under the pressure of Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation, he was already extremely lucky to be able to use the heaven-devouring style. How could he have the strength to control the might of the heaven-devouring style? Ha ha! The heavens have blessed my Tai Xian sacred lands. The Mountain River List is finally broken. Elder Red Lotus laughed maniacally, like a child who could not grow up. However, many of the people present could sense that this red-robed elder was genuinely happy and worried about the future of the Holy Land. What's going on? The Mountain River List was destroyed by Yi Fei. Why didn't the clan elder punish Yi Fei and is still laughing there? Heavens, senior brother Nan's incarnation was actually killed by Yi Fei. Doesn't that mean he is the current Mountain River List rank 1? It can't be wrong. Yi Fei's sword was too terrifying. Not only did he cut down Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation, he also destroyed the Mountain River List. Such a terrifying sword. Who can block it? The disciples below the stage did not understand why Elder Red Lotus was laughing wildly, but many of them finally realized something after recovering from their initial shock. Since Yi Fei had defeated Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation, then it was destined that Yi Fei would be the number 1 in the Mountain River List. He was also number 1 in the entire Inner Sanctum. Yi Fei, number 1 in Mountain River. Many of the disciples present quickly cheered for Yi Fei. They had personally witnessed the birth of another expert in the inner sect. This Yi Fei is too crazy. The 10th Prince and Yan Bei laughed bitterly and shook their heads. They were conceited, but when they saw Yi Fei's sword that could even break the Mountain River List, their hearts could not help but tremble. Losing to him, I'm not wronged. He deserves to be number 1 in the Mountain River List. Feng spat out blood. Looking at the 9 stone locks that he had destroyed, he sighed and turned to leave. This little brother is not simple. Seems like in the future, I should call him little senior brother. Chi Chu Chu looked at Yi Fei with a gaze that became brighter and brighter. This brat, isn't he just a little stronger? What's it to show off? For some reason, Zhao Yu's heart was filled with anger. He could not help but have a strange enmity towards Chi Chu Chu. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao cheered, while Luo Shi and Wang Bai also laughed happily. But just as everyone was cheering for Yi Fei, suddenly, Nan Ruo Fang's cold snort came out from the spectator stand. Yi Fei, you are too audacious. The Mountain River List is the symbol of the inner sect. You actually dare to destroy it. Bang! Hearing Nan Ruo Fang's voice, the disciples who were cheering immediately became quiet out of fear. The joyous atmosphere became as oppressive as the night. No one dared to open their mouths. Even the 10th Prince and Yan Bei, who were conceited, kept their mouths shut tightly. Because the person who spoke was not Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation, but the real Nan Ruo Fang, a martial king expert. Just Nan Ruo Fang's cultivation was enough to suppress the entire Mountain River List. Furthermore, Nan Ruo Fang had another identity, the only direct disciple of Tai Xian Sacred Lands, the future Sacred Lord of the Sacred Lands. And Yi Fei actually dared to directly kill Nan Ruo Fang's incarnation in front of the future Sacred Lord. That was a slap to the face. Yi Fei's actions were too crazy, as expected of the most arrogant person in the inner sect. Many of the disciples who woke up immediately looked at Yi Fei with sympathy, ridicule, and disdain. So what if you were number 1 in the Mountain River List? You killed senior brother Nan's incarnation and offended Nan Ruo Fang. Let's see how you survive in the Sacred Lands. Yi Fei, Zhao Yu, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, Luo Shi, all of them looked at the figure standing upright on the stage with worry in their eyes. Hearing Nan Ruo Fang's voice, Yi Fei turned around indifferently and looked at Nan Ruo Feng coldly. No matter how daring I am not as daring as you, Nan Ruo Feng. With just a single strand of hair, you actually want to suppress all of the experts in the Mountain River list. You think that other than you, there is no one else in Tai Xian Sacred Lands. You think that just because you are a martial king, you can cover the sky with one hand and scare us. Nan Ruo Feng sneered upon hearing that. He was high up and looked down on everyone, and naturally had many clan elders who supported him. All of them stood up angrily and pointed at Yi Fei and scolded him. Presumptuous, Nan Ruo Feng is the direct disciple of the Sacred Lands, the next Sacred Lord. You are just a disciple, and you dare to be disrespectful to the future Sacred Lord. Yi Fei, this old man has long heard of how arrogant you are in the inner sect, but from the looks of it, not only are you arrogant, you are also deranged to the point that it makes people's hair stand up. You even dare to behead the Mountain River list. That is simply deceiving your master. Valspawn, you think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can talk to Nan Ruo Feng like that, without a special body constitution. No matter how high your talent is, no matter how strong your perception is, you are still a mediocre person and will never be able to step into the peak of the martial Tao. You are just a mediocre person. What qualifications do you have to talk to Nan Ruo Feng? Shut up. Who said that the people of Sword Peak are mediocre? Stand up and fight with me. Yi Fei did not speak, but Jing Wushou was already enraged. The gigantic sword image, in a breath, had already reached the throat of the clan elder who was scolding the most fiercely. The clan elder was so scared that his legs were trembling. He immediately looked at Nan Ruo Feng for help. Nan Ruo Feng only snorted, and Jing Wushou's sword intent was instantly broken. Even Jing Wushou himself was unable to stand, and was once again forced back by Nan Ruo Feng's martial king aura. Following that, Nan Ruo Feng looked at the surrounding clan elders and asked, disrespecting your elders, destroying the Mountain River list, what do you think should be done with Yi Fei elders? Cripple his cultivation, chase him out of the Sacred Lands. Mazai brought a group of Mountain River list elites and took the lead to shout, using that to express their determination to rely on Nan Ruo Feng. Chapter 298. A man of great prosperity, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and the Holy Land flourished. These words weren't empty words. Rather, they were a prophecy that the first Holy Lord had made before he died, using his lifetime's cultivation. However, with the passage of 1,000 years, this prophecy had almost faded from the minds of many elders. Those who were not truly concerned about the Holy Land and worried about the decline of the Holy Land would not pay attention to these words. Clearly, Elder Hong Lian was the kind of person who was wholeheartedly concerned about the Holy Land. So when he saw Yi Fei destroying the Mountain River list with one sword, the red-robed elder laughed so crazily, laughing so happily. Now that she saw that Nan Ruofeng actually wanted to use this matter to punish Yi Fei, Elder Hong Lian absolutely wouldn't allow it. When the elders and disciples present heard Elder Hong Lian's words, their bodies trembled. Mountains and rivers shatter, and the Holy Land prospers? Does our Holy Land have such a prophecy? Indeed, it is just that in the past, no disciple dared to make a move on the Mountain River list. Only this Yi Fei dared to do so, and luckily destroyed the Mountain River list. Humph, what an opportunistic person. He is a mediocre person who doesn't even have a special body constitution. The Martial King realm is the highest achievement he can achieve. Such a mediocre person actually wants to lead the holy place to prosper. How ridiculous! The elders were first shocked. Then, many of them revealed disdainful sneers. They thought that Elder Red Lotus had gone insane. He had actually taken the first-generation Holy Lord's final words as a prophecy. Now, he was so muddle-headed that he stood on the opposite side of Nan Ruofeng. However, Elder Red Lotus' status was different from the other elders. He was a red-robed elder, a high-level figure of the Holy Land. What he was saying now was the prophecy of the first Holy Lord. Nan Ruofeng could only endure his anger, his face revealing a humble smile. Elder Red Lotus, It is true that the sacred ground has such a prophecy, but the prophecy of the first-generation sacred leader, the most important thing was that when a mountain river list is destroyed, there will definitely be a genius who will lead the sacred ground to glory. He did not say that this person will be the person who will destroy the mountain river list. Why can't it be someone else who will stand on top of the mountain river list when it is destroyed? Nan Ruofing's words were already very direct. If the elders present did not understand, then they would be fools. Immediately, an elder hurriedly added, That's right. That's right, all of us disciples of the mountain river list saw it with our own eyes when a mountain river list shattered. Yi Fei was lying down, while senior brother Nan was standing majestically. All of us disciples thought that the prophecy said that the person who would prosper was actually referring to Nan Ruofeng. Senior brother Nan, what do you all think? Without waiting for the elder to speak, Ma Zai, who was standing below the stage, was the first to react. He immediately took the lead and bowed to Nan Ruofeng. He said excitedly in a loud voice, Congratulations, senior brother Nan. You have become the person who will bring prosperity to our holy land. Congratulations, senior brother Nan. You become the pillar of our holy land's prosperity. No one dared to not kneel. If they didn't kneel, they would offend Nan Ruofeng on the spot. Apart from Yi Fei, the 10th prince, and a few others, the thousands of inner and outer court disciples present all knelt to Nan Ruofeng and congratulated him. Nan Ruofeng was elegant and graceful, with a reserved smile on his face. But this smile, when he saw the 10th prince and the others standing, suddenly became gloomy. Countless of elders, with angry eyes, stared at Ma Zai, who was the first to kneel, secretly cursing him for being a bootlicker, for sucking up to Nan Ruofeng. He was even more shameless than them. At that moment, a portion of the black-robed elders thought of the benefits of sucking up to Nan Ruofeng. Many of them did not care about their faces. With a wave of their sleeves, they knelt down on one knee towards Nan Ruofeng. This caused Red Lotus Elder and the few other elders who were still standing to feel awkward. Nan Ruofeng continued to smile, his entire person calm and collected. His gaze quickly swept past all the elders who were not kneeling, and finally landed on Yi Fei, who was on the stage. Aunt, do you see it now? This is the biggest difference between you and me. Now, do you still think that you will be the person who will bring prosperity to the Holy Land? Nan Ruofeng said arrogantly. Yi Fei shook his head. I'm not a person who will bring prosperity to the Holy Land, and I am not interested in bringing prosperity to the Holy Land. That is too tiring. Nan Ruofeng's face lit up, feeling that Yi Fei was finally starting to understand the situation. He used an indifferent gaze to stare coldly at Yi Fei, as though he was waiting for something. Yi Fei obviously knew what Nan Ruofeng was waiting for. He was waiting for him to kneel down, because once Yi Fei knelt down, then the 10th prince and the others would have no reason to continue standing. Yi Fei could not help but laugh. He shook his head and looked at Nan Ruofeng. Nan Ruofeng, you are truly a hypocrite, forcefully pretending to be a person who will bring prosperity to the Holy Land. Don't forget, the prophecy only said that when the mountain river list is destroyed, there will be people who will bring prosperity to the Holy Land. It did not say that the prophecy person will be standing on the stage, and he can be one of us. For example, Jingwu Shou, or the 10th prince, or maybe Ma Zai, who is trying to curry favor with you. Hearing that, Nan Ruofeng's face changed, because Yi Fei's explanation was reasonable, and he immediately looked towards Ma Zai. Ma Zai felt like strangling Yi Fei to death, and then dragging him out to whip his corpse 10,000 times. Yi Fei, don't you dare slander me. My loyalty to senior brother, and it can be seen by the sun and moon. Ma Zai tried his best to curry favor with Nan Ruofeng. Ma Zai, luckily you did not enter the top 10 of the mountain river list. If not, I do not want to be on the same level as a dog that only knows how to wag its tail. Yi Fei said coldly. Fuck. Ma Zai's face was as red as blood. He jumped up and wanted to perish together with Yi Fei. Just at that time, a cold voice stopped Ma Zai. Kneel down, Nan Ruofeng ordered indifferently. What, senior brother Nan, Ma Zai's face flushed red. Kneeling down this time was different from kneeling down previously. Kneel down and bark like a dog. I will not say it a second time, Nan Ruofeng said coldly, not even looking at Ma Zai. Shua. All the disciples and elders were surprised by Nan Ruofeng's order, even though many of them knew that Ma Zai was shameless to curry favor with Nan Ruofeng. But to order Ma Zai to kneel down and bark like a dog, it was too humiliating. Ma Zai could feel many people's mocking gazes, but he had no other choice, because the one who gave the order was Nan Ruofeng. If he did not follow Nan Ruofeng's orders, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Plop! Ma Zai finally endured the humiliation and knelt down. When he knelt down, he did not dare to hate Nan Ruofeng, but blamed all the humiliation on Yi Fei. He stared at Yi Fei with hatred and under everyone's gaze. Woof! Ma Zai barked out in humiliation. It caused many elders to be shocked. Yi Fei also looked at Ma Zai in disbelief. The former third-ranked expert of Mountain River List had truly opened his eyes. The 10th Prince and the rest looked at Ma Zai with disdain. They did not dare to go against Nan Ruofeng, but they would definitely not be like Ma Zai, enduring such humiliation. Very good. Horse Slaughterer, you have done very well. As a reward, from now on you will be my follower and join my mountain. I will personally give you pointers on your cultivation. Nan Ruofeng revealed a satisfied expression and casually tossed out a bone. Bang! Many of the Mountain River List experts who were looking down on Ma Zai all looked at him with envy and jealousy. The humiliation on Ma Zai's face also turned into joy. He never thought that just by kneeling down and barking like a dog, he would be valued so highly by Nan Ruofeng, to the point that he would personally guide him in his cultivation. It was such a huge gain. Ma Zai immediately felt that being Nan Ruofeng's dog was not a humiliation, but an extremely glorious thing. Nan Ruofeng laughed, pointing at the happy Ma Zai. He looked coldly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you see, this is the difference between you and me. So what if you're the first ranked on Mountain River List? An ant will always be an ant. An ant, you must have the awareness of an ant. Today, on account of Sword Peak, I will let you off, but next time, you better not try to challenge my authority. Nan Ruofeng said. He grabbed the unconscious Huang Shu and was about to return to his mountain peak. Wait! Chapter 299. The Empress Dowager leaves seclusion. 1 year later, we will fight. How domineering, how heroic. This Yi Fei isn't simple at all. In the imperial palace of the kingdom of Zhao, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, reading the information sent back from the Taishan Holy Land. His face flashed with a touch of passion and nostalgia. Once upon a time, he was also this high-spirited and full of heroic spirit. However, this passion, this heroic spirit, along with the passage of time, along with the old Empress Dowager's stubbornness, along with the dictates of the court, all of the emperor's heroic spirit was buried in memory and also buried in the passage of time. It's all that old witch's fault. If it wasn't for her, Zhao Qianjun wouldn't have turned into an evil spirit, Zhao Ji wouldn't have practiced evil arts, and most importantly, concubine Zeng wouldn't have died because of this. Everyone says that the emperor is the supreme ruler of the world. He is second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. But in the world of martial artists, I, as the emperor, am too vexed, too wronged. Why? Imperial Uncle Zhao, back in the day, you were a peerless genius who could dominate an army of 1,000. Why did you only imprison her and not kill her? Consort Tsang, do you know how much we want to personally avenge you? But we can't. We're just a good-for-nothing. Even if we secretly cultivate day and night, we're still unable to summon the phoenix bloodline bestowed by our ancestors. The emperor sat paralyzed on the dragon throne, drinking jar after jar of fine wine. The wine flowed down the dragon throne, flowing all over the floor and onto the steps. An old eunuch quietly knelt there. He was deaf and mute, so he couldn't hear what the emperor was saying. However, he understood why the emperor was sad and why the emperor was crying. The old eunuch didn't say anything. He unfolded his sleeves and knelt on the steps. He also knelt in the wine and kowtowed. The deaf-mute eunuch kowtowed very hard. It seemed that this was the only way he could persuade the emperor to be careful with his words and actions. Seeing this, the emperor laughed loudly. "Little Chun, how many years have you been following me?" The emperor smiled and asked the kneeling old eunuch. In fact, the old eunuch was not old. He was about the same age as the emperor, but the years of suppressed fear in the palace had crushed him, making him look like an old man. His behavior was timid. Raising his head, the old eunuch stretched out 3 fingers with great difficulty and gestured with his mouth. Then he stretched out his palms and shook them. 30 years. That's right, it's been 30 years. Back then, you weren't like this. You were the #1 expert in the imperial city. I was the most promising prince of the imperial family, and Consort Zong was your most beloved woman. The emperor drank his wine and didn't seem to realize how much of a psychological impact his words had on the old eunuch. The old eunuch lowered his head in fear and did not speak. He could not speak either. He could only understand the emperor's meaning through the emperor's lips. Not caring about the old eunuch's fear or whether he could still hear, the emperor hugged the wine jar and suddenly said with hatred, "I know you like Consort. I can also see that Consort Sung likes you the most. But the heavens play tricks on people. Who told me to be a prince? I absolutely cannot lose her. Even if she doesn't love me, I will use my entire life to love her." But the Empress Dowager, that vicious old witch, she ruined everything. We clearly agreed that Jun would be her puppet, and she would let Jun and Consort Sung live happily together. But she lied to Jun and you. She killed Jun's most beloved woman. She turned Jun's best brother into what he is now. Lu Chun, tell Jun, do you still hate her? Are you still willing to join Jun to take revenge on her? Don't think that Jun is really a puppet, and I don't know what's going on around me. Jun knows that you're not really deaf, and your martial arts are still there. Boom. The emperor's words deeply shocked the old eunuch. He raised his head and looked at the emperor in shock. He looked at his former good friend, who was now the emperor's minister. The emperor also looked at him, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Why? The old eunuch no longer looked humble, and his eyes revealed a questioning look. Because Jun's daughter has grown up in the Holy Land. With her bloodline, she will receive the best protection from the Holy Land. Now, Jun has nothing to worry about. 18 years ago, Jun endured humiliation and submitted to the Empress Dowager, that old witch. 18 years later, Jun has nothing to worry about. Naturally, Jun will complete the feat that Zhao Qianjun did not dare to complete. The emperor coldly hugged the wine jar and stood up from the dragon throne. A shocking aura was released from Jun's body, causing the dragon throne to creak as it could not bear the weight. The old eunuch looked at the emperor's rising aura in shock. It rose from Martial Ancestor Realm Level 1 all the way to Martial Ancestor Realm Level 10. The emperor's hidden cultivation was actually so terrifying. Even the old eunuch, who had served the emperor for 30 years, did not know about this, let alone the Empress Dowager. Have you really made up your mind? The old eunuch suddenly trembled. Yes, the emperor did not hide anything from his former good friend, who was now his only trusted minister. He stood straight and was filled with sharpness. Bang! The old eunuch suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the emperor again. His eyes were filled with regret and fear as he silently retreated to the side. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he silently knelt down and faced the door. His body began to tremble. The emperor suddenly had a bad feeling. He took a few steps forward in shock, and the wine jar on his body shattered on the ground. Lu Chun, you betrayed me. I trusted you for 30 years, and you betrayed me for 30 years. The emperor saw 4 old eunuchs walking in through the door of the palace. After Eunuch Zhang died, they took over Eunuch Zhang and became the Empress Dowager's new eyes and ears. Before they appeared, the emperor did not even know that there were such people in the imperial palace. It was as if they appeared out of thin air and became half-stepped to martial honorables. The 4 old eunuchs did not speak. They held horsetail whisks in their hands and stood respectfully on both sides. Then, a trembling palace maid walked in step by step, supporting a noble woman who was wearing a phoenix robe and riding on a colorful cloud. "Emperor, you have disappointed me." The noble lady looked at the emperor coldly, as if she was the one who ruled the world. "Empress? Empress Dowager? Impossible, you old witch." Back then, Zhao Qianjun used a sword array to trap you in the Vermilion Bird Palace. Unless the power of the ancestor's sword is exhausted. Otherwise. Suddenly, the emperor thought of something terrifying. The Empress Dowager also laughed coldly. "Emperor, you finally thought of it. Qianjun, that child, trapped me with the power left behind by Zhao Shunjian to suppress your imperial family's dragon vein. However, no matter how strong the dragon vein is, it will eventually dry up. Similarly, no matter how strong the Zhao family's ancestor was, he will eventually fall in these 1,000 years. No, that's impossible. The strength of the ancestor of the Zhao family is comparable to the Holy Lord. How could he fall so easily?" The emperor could not believe it. But the fact that the Empress Dowager had come out was an ironclad fact. The emperor suddenly felt a great sense of fear. Back in the Vermilion Gate, the Empress Dowager had already suppressed the state of Zhao to the point of suffocation. Now that her real body had come out, just how big of a change would the state of Zhao undergo? "Empress Dowager, who are you? What do you want after hiding in the Zhao family for so many years?" The emperor suddenly calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 300. Sacred Land Disturbance. Tai Xian's Sacred Land. The Mountain River list had ended, but the disturbance from the Mountain River list continued, causing many disciples to be shocked. Even at the Direct Disciple Mountain, many of the higher-up elders and direct disciples who were in closed-door cultivation heard the news. Originally, Nan Ruofeng's return was a huge matter that shook the Sacred Land. What was even more shocking was that the Mountain River list that had been in the Sacred Land for over 1,000 years and was created by the first-generation sacred leader was actually destroyed. What was even more exaggerated was that there were actually disciples from the Mountain River list who publicly declared war against Nan Ruofeng and requested to fight him in a year's time. After the shock, inside and outside the Sacred Land, a few people were surprised by Yi Fei's courage, while the majority of them were pointing at Yi Fei and gossiping. "Look, that's Yi Fei. He was lucky enough to get first place in the Mountain River list, and actually does not know his place, and dares to challenge senior brother Nan Ruofeng. What? He's Yi Fei. From the looks of it, he is only at the 10th level of the martial ancestor realm. Any of our direct disciples can beat him to the point that he can't even crawl up, and he actually dares to challenge Nan Ruofeng. Who knows? Maybe he's relying on the Sword Peak to support him, and wants to go crazy. Haha, Sword Peak, that's the peak with only 2 people, and they want to fight with a direct disciple like Nan Ruofeng. What a joke." The end of the Mountain River list did not mean the end of the intersect fights, but instead became even more intense, especially when the news of Yi Fei and Nan Ruofeng's battle spread out. Not only did many elders come to the intersect to check on the destroyed Mountain River list, even many of the direct disciples came to the intersect to watch the commotion. Yi Fei received the contribution points reward for being first place, and was about to walk out of the mission palace, when a few of the direct disciples who had returned from their missions stood by the side, and in front of Yi Fei, mocked him. This made Feng Xinyang extremely angry. "Master, they are too much. We are all from the same sect for them to be like this. Isn't it too much?" Feng Xinyang could not tolerate it. Yi Fei faintly looked at Feng Xinyang and asked, "Xinyang, could it be that even you think that I won't be Nan Ruofeng's opponent after a year?" This servant did not mean it that way, but Feng Xinyang was terrified, ever since she heard that Yi Fei had destroyed the Mountain River list, and even killed the Martial King's incarnation. She no longer dared to treat Yi Fei as a junior, but treated him as a true expert and respected him. Rather than mocking Yi Fei, the surrounding true disciples were more jealous. That was because on the true disciple peak, Nan Ruofeng was the heavens. No true disciple dared to oppose his words. But the powerful Nan Ruofeng, when controlling the Mountain River list, suffered a crushing defeat, and even had his incarnation destroyed by an intersect disciple. It was something that they, as true disciples, could not do and did not dare to do, which made them extremely unhappy. Walk your own path. Let a group of dogs bark by the side. Yi Fei thought coldly. He did not care about the mocking of the true disciples, and only looked at Feng Xinyang and said, "No, but Xinyang, you just need to understand. If I say it, then I will definitely do it. Now, follow me to the auction." A few days ago, on the Mountain River list, he had broken Shangguan Lu's low-grade treasure weapon, the Green Edge Sword, even though Shangguan Lu had clearly stated that she did not need Yi Fei to compensate. But the Green Edge Sword was broken by him, so he had the responsibility to compensate Shangguan Lu. Since Shangguan Lu did not need the contribution points, Yi Fei planned to personally go to the auction and buy a good sword to compensate Shangguan Lu. Ah, Senior Yi, congratulations on obtaining first place in the Mountain River list. Senior, are you here this time to buy a good sword? The managers of the auction were all so enthusiastic. They were all experts of the 10th level of the martial ancestor realm, but they still called him Senior. For the Merchant Alliance to be able to open auctions in the various sacred lands, that was one of the reasons. Since they were so enthusiastic, Yi Fei did not keep a cold face and revealed a smile. That's right, I need a good sword. How many do you have? Senior Yi, what a coincidence. Over at Taishan Sacred Lands, there are not many experts who use swords. We only have one sword-type treasure weapon, and it is the low-grade Green Edge Sword. The manager of the Merchant Alliance invited Yi Fei into the auction embarrassedly. Yi Fei then knew that the Green Edge Sword that Shangguan Lu had lent him was actually a mass-produced one. No wonder the Green Edge Sword and the Devouring Spirit Sword were both low-grade treasures, but the Green Edge Sword was much weaker. At least the Devouring Spirit Sword had the ability to devour spirit fragments, while the Green Edge Sword did not. But with the Green Edge Sword, he could compensate Shangguan Lu and consider it as returning a favor. Yi Fei happily took out his order badge and said, "Is this Green Edge Sword auctioned or bought directly? I want it." The manager of the Merchant Alliance's face darkened and very seriously cupped his hands towards Yi Fei and said, "Senior Yi, this Green Edge Sword was originally going to be auctioned, but of course if Senior likes it, the Merchant Alliance can give it to you directly. What, give it to me for free?" Feng Xinyang was shocked a low-grade treasure weapon at Zhao's side could be considered a national treasure, and the Merchant Alliance actually did not even blink and wanted to give it to him for free. Could it be that this was the benefit of being the first in the Mountain River list? Yi Fei looked deeply at the Merchant Alliance manager. He thought more than Feng Xinyang. He did not believe that there would be such a thing as a free lunch. "Manager, speak frankly, what is your motive?" Yi Fei asked sternly. "Senior Yi, since you asked, we will not hide it. In Taishan Sacred Lands, Nanruo Feng is the sky, and is the next candidate for the Sacred Lord. You have offended him, and to put it bluntly, your days in the Sacred Lands will definitely be very difficult, and you might even have the risk of dying, but our Merchant Alliance is different. You plan to recruit me?" Yi Fei was surprised. What was the background of the Merchant Alliance to even dare to poach people from the Sacred Lands? "Our Merchant Alliance welcomes all capable people to join us. If Senior Yi is willing to join us, we will definitely welcome you. Of course, you do not have to agree now. We only hope that you know, if you feel that your days in the Sacred Lands are not satisfactory and want to leave, the Merchant Alliance will always welcome you to join us." The Merchant Alliance manager clapped his hands and gave Yi Fei a Merchant Alliance badge and turned to leave. Another two maids from the Merchant Alliance carried a Green Edge Sword and respectfully placed it in front of Yi Fei and also turned to leave. In the entire process, the Merchant Alliance did not take a single cent from Yi Fei. Just this sincerity and generosity was enough to move many martial artists. Yi Fei's face revealed a look of surprise, and he stood in place, thinking. He was not a foolishly loyal person, and the more friends he had, the more options he had. In the end, Yi Fei put away the badge. However, when he saw the Green Edge Sword, Yi Fei sneered, "The sword is not bad, but unfortunately, I am not foolishly loyal, but that does not mean that I can be bribed. In the sacred lands, many people look down on me and laugh at me for overestimating myself. They think that I am mediocre and cannot defeat a genius like Nanruo Feng, but I don't believe that. So what if he was mediocre? He had the undying sword soul. It could infinitely increase one's comprehension and aptitude. So what if he did not have a special constitution? He did not believe that an ordinary warrior could not transcend mortality, break through the martial king realm, and become a martial sage. Even if he could not, he would forcibly break through and show the world that the peak of the martial way was not only reserved for geniuses. No matter how mediocre a person was, as long as he was willing to work hard, he would also have a chance to reach the peak. Chapter 301. Turmoil in the Inner Sanctum. A Qing Feng sword is worth about 50,000 contribution points. Feng Xinyang seemed to have understood something and replied in a low voice. 50,000. The Merchant Alliance is really generous. It seems like they think that I can't defeat Nanruofeng and will not be able to stay in the sacred lands. Yi Fei. Feng Xinyang suddenly looked at Yi Fei with some worry. Xinyang, how about this? I'll give you 100,000 contribution points. You can use 50,000 of them to pay for the Qing Feng sword. The other 50,000, I want you to help me buy all kinds of top-quality pills and Earth Grade 1 and 2 pills. Also, I want Xian Grade and Earth Grade cultivation techniques, martial arts, and various Xian Grade weapons. Buy as many as you can. Yi Fei understood that Feng Xinyang was trying to comfort him. However, what he needed was not comfort, but improvement. 1 year was too short. Not only did he want to break through to martial honor, he wanted to break through to martial king. To anyone else, this was an impossible task. However, Yi Fei was different. He had the immortal sword soul and a firm martial heart. Now, the people of the sacred lands can laugh at me, insult me, scold me, despise me, and belittle me. Wait a year when I break through to martial king, then I'll see what these people think of me. Yi Fei did not have the time to listen to Feng Xinyang's advice. He simply took the Qing Feng sword and returned to the sacred lands alone. Before he left, he only left behind a firm and calm voice. Xinyang, I don't need you by my side anymore. Take the things I asked you to buy and return to Tianyan Wufu. Give them to the family Yi. When the time comes, you can choose to reconcile with the old chief or return to East Si Wu province to continue being the chief. No, master, I won't return to East Si Wu province. I am no longer the East Si prefecture lord. I am only your servant. I also believe that in a year, master will definitely defeat Nanruofeng and dominate the Taishan Holy Land. Feng Xinyang said loudly. She knew that Yi Fei was staking everything on this one throw. In the eyes of many people, Yi Fei challenging Nanruofeng at this time was extremely foolish. However, Feng Xinyang knew that Yi Fei's martial heart was extremely firm. This person would definitely not be restricted by his own mediocrity and take a step back. Silently looking at Yi Fei's departing figure, the first thing Feng Xinyang did was to find a few managers of the auction and give Yi Fei the contribution points needed to purchase the Qing Feng sword. This made the merchant alliances very surprised. What's wrong with this Yi Fei? He accepted our tokens, but he didn't accept the Qing Feng sword for free. Does he think that we didn't get enough benefits from recruiting him? No. In my opinion, Yi Fei never thought that he would lose. His person is like his sword. Unfortunately, it's hard but easy to break. This Yi Fei has made up his mind to fight Nanruofeng to the end. A luxurious woman walked out from behind the beaded curtains and looked at Yi Fei's departing figure. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. The managers present all bowed and respectfully asked, "Eldest miss, for what you said, you seem to think that Yi Fei will really be able to fight Nanruofeng in a year's time? But his constitution is not a problem. In the world of martial artists, there has never been a lack of legends. Of course, Nanruofeng's talent is not only in Taishan sacred lands, but also in the 18 northern seas. He is one of the top people. For Yi Fei to be on par with him, I can only say that the chances are slim." Eldest miss looked at Yi Fei's departing figure, deep in thought. Yi Fei, who had left, did not know that the token in his hand was not given to him by the manager of the Merchant Alliance. It was the eldest miss of the Merchant Alliance who had a discerning eye for talent and had a heart of appreciation for Yi Fei. But even this eldest miss of the Merchant Alliance who had high hopes for him did not think that Yi Fei had the chance to defeat Nan Ruofing. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Yi Fei, who had returned to the Sacred Lands, could clearly feel that the entire Sacred Lands, regardless of the elders or disciples, were looking at him strangely, with ridicule and disdain in their eyes. But because of Yi Fei's strength as the number one on the Mountain River list, no one dared to ridicule Yi Fei in front of him. They would only talk about him behind his back, treating it as a topic of conversation and laugh it off. A group of cowards who only dare to talk about others behind their backs. Facing their ridicule and evasive gazes, Yi Fei sneered back at them. He did not stay in the inner sect, but directly went to Shangguan Lu's residence. Shangguan Lu, I broke your Azure Edge sword the last time. I'm truly sorry. This is a new Azure Edge sword. I am returning it to you. What? Yi Fei, you actually specially went to buy a new Azure Edge sword to return it to me. Shangguan Lu took the brand new Azure Edge sword and looked at Yi Fei, who was about to leave. He was deeply shocked. In his mind, suddenly, Yi Fei's words of scolding Mazai surfaced. I would rather be a beggar than a slave. He had followed the family rules and followed behind the 10th prince from start to finish. As a retainer, was he really wrong? Finally, Shangguan Lu thought of something and hurriedly called out to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you have to be careful. Yesterday, the 10th prince received news that Nan Ruofing has officially completed the disciple ceremony and has become the candidate for the next Sacred Lord. At the same time, he also issued his first order after taking office. From now on, the Taishian sacred ground forbids the practice of all demonic techniques, and all intersect disciples must also hand over all their martial arts techniques to him for his thorough investigation. What? Forbidding the practice of demonic techniques, and we must hand over all our martial arts techniques to Nan Ruofing for his thorough investigation. Yi Fei's body froze, and then he could not help but gasp. Nan Ruofing's methods were really ruthless. On the surface, it was not wrong for Nan Ruofing to forbid the disciples of the sacred ground to practice demonic techniques. After all, many demonic cultivation techniques were cruel and vicious. However, many profound demonic cultivation techniques also had their own powerful side. For example, the Devil Sutra that he practiced not only did not have a demonic aura, but both the Devil's Sutra and the War Demon Golden Body were true classics of martial arts. They could transcend the mortal world and enter the divine world. There was no such thing as good or evil. If he truly followed Nan Ruofing's order and forbade the practice of demonic techniques in the entire sacred ground, his cultivation would be crippled by half. That was not the most vicious part of Nan Ruofing. The most vicious part of Nan Ruofing was that he was forcing all the intersect disciples to hand over all their martial arts techniques. And these martial arts techniques, some were passed down from the disciples' families, some were obtained through their own fortuitous encounters. The sacred ground did not do anything, and actually wanted to force everyone to hand over their martial arts techniques. Regardless of whether others would agree or not, Yi Fei would never agree to it, even if he was beaten to death. Faintly, Yi Fei could already feel that Nan Ruofing's order was completely directed at him. After all, in the competition for the Mountain River list, Yi Fei's War Demon Golden Body and Great Emperor's sword technique were enough to pose a huge threat to Nan Ruofing. Seems like Nan Ruofing wants to use this method to obtain my War Demon Golden Body and Great Emperor's sword technique. He has a good idea, but I will not let him succeed. Yi Fei sneered and nodded his head toward Shangguan Lu to express his gratitude, then soared into the sky and returned to his own residence. Chapter 302. Covering the sky with one hand, seeing these people drinking tea and chatting, Yi Fei felt gloomy. This was his home. Why did it seem like a tea house? He could understand why Zhao Yu and the others came. They were all friends, but why would Shi Feng and Qi Chu Chu, who were once his opponents, appear here? Little senior brother, it's not good to have a cold face. It's not easy for us to come here. Quickly smile at big sister. Qi Chu Chu wanted to tease Yi Fei when she saw Yi Fei in a daze. Yi Fei's face darkened. This Qi Chu Chu, it was fine for her to call him senior brother, but why did she have to add the word little in front? Shi Feng didn't say anything. He only nodded at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you came back just in time. Something big happened in the inner sect. Zhao Yu felt uncomfortable when she saw Qi Chu Chu teasing Yi Fei again. She walked over and took the initiative to talk to Yi Fei. Yi Fei finally understood what was going on. He smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yu, you're talking about Nan Ruofeng wanting inner sect disciples to hand over their martial arts, right? Yeah, Brother Fei, you know about it? Luo, she was astonished. This matter hadn't been made public yet. He had only heard about it through his spirit eagle. He quickly told Zhao Yu and Wang Bai. Then, Shi Feng and Qi Chu Chu came over one after another. Shangwan Lu told me when I went to pay for the Qing Feng sword. Yi Fei walked into the house and found a stool to sit on. He looked at everyone and asked, have you all discussed this? What do you think of the Holy Lands rule? What else can we think of? Of course we don't agree. The bee spirit art was passed down by my Luo family's ancestors. It's a family martial art. Why should I hand it over to the Holy Land? Luo, she was filled with righteous indignation. What a coincidence. My innate tyrant fist is also passed down to my family. It has nothing to do with the Holy Land. Even my master didn't ask me to hand it over. Why should Nan Ruofeng ask me to hand it over? Qi Chu Chu said seriously. Yi Fei nodded and looked at Shi Feng. Shi Feng said coldly, my stone lock is a combination of other martial arts and self-created. It took me a lot of effort to reach heaven grade medium grade. I plan to wait until I reach heaven grade high grade to comprehend the will of the stone lock. As long as I don't succeed, I will not hand it over to the Holy Land. Boom! Shi Feng's words shocked Yi Fei a little. This Shi Feng had actually created his own martial art, and it had even reached the middle grade of heaven class. The Holy Lands are indeed abnormal. Yi Fei sighed, causing Shi Feng and Qi Chu Chu to look at him in disdain. In the sacred grounds, no matter how perverted they were, they could not compare to the person in front of them to be able to kill the people in the Mountain River list. Ha ha ha, Shi Feng, Qi Chu Chu, this prince has been looking for you everywhere. So you are here. Everyone in the room was talking. Another burst of sound came out. The 10th prince, Yin Bei, Lin Sun, and Yang Xiao came together. Only Shangguan Lu was heavily injured and was still in closed-door cultivation. Seeing Shi Feng and Qi Chu Chu there, the 10th prince walked in and said, seems like the matter of Nan Ruofeng handing over his martial arts to the inner sect. You all know about it. We just found out. Yi Fei stood up and said, we do not agree to it. What a coincidence. We do not agree as well. The majority of our martial arts were obtained through fortuitous encounters. Even if you beat us to death, we will not hand it over to that hypocrite Nan Ruofeng. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao said together. The 10th prince looked at Yi Fei, his expression congealing. Yi Fei, I feel that Nan Ruofeng's actions this time are specifically targeted at you and me. Your battle demon golden body should belong to the demonic Tao's supreme body cultivation technique. My blood river blade technique also originated from the demonic Tao. It is based on killing. If Nan Ruofeng's actions succeed, the two of us will be the first to suffer. Yi Fei's face congealed and nodded his head, then looked at Yin Bei, who did not say anything. Yin Bei shook his head indifferently. Don't look at me. Those below Nan Ruofeng are prohibited from training in the demonic Tao. I do not object to that. But he wants all the disciples to hand over their own martial arts. That is too much. This time, I will stand on your side. Other than this side, where else can you stand? Don't tell me you want to be like Ma Zai and bark like a dog in front of everyone, and then beg for Nan Ruofeng's charity? Wang Bai suddenly said. With that sentence, he pointed out the reason why all the Mountain River list experts were gathered there. They were all unwilling to submit to Nan Ruo Feng. That was why they gathered together. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yu asked, "Then what should we do?" Nan Ruo Feng is too strong, just a strand of his hair, and he almost suppressed the entire inner sect. The 10th prince muttered, "I plan to return to Tai Wu country. Taishian's sacred lands is already the era where Nan Ruo Feng can cover the sky with one hand. To fight with him is truly unwise. Yes, why don't we go out and train? That way we can avoid the disaster." Lin Sun and Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. Yi Fei nodded his head. Since they could not fight against Nan Ruo Feng, going out to avoid the disaster was the best way. But by doing so, it also showed that they were afraid of Nan Ruo Feng, and everyone had a feeling of displeasure in their hearts. Wang Bai suddenly mocked the 10th prince and the rest. "Do you think avoiding the disaster is useful? If I am Nan Ruo Feng, since I want to carry out such a reform and control the mountain river list is not enough, I will definitely start with you thorns. As long as you submit the entire sacred lands, basically no one can go against him." Seeing Wang Bai's 4 eyebrows twitching, the 10th prince and the rest were shocked. Who was this outer sect disciple, a mere martial master, facing the mountain river list experts? Not only was he not afraid, his words were also asking for a beating. But no one beat Wang Bai. At this time, outside the house, a silent pressure had already descended, causing the 10th prince and the rest to feel their breathing stagnant. Yi Fei's face also revealed a look of shock. This pressure was too familiar. It was the pressure of a martial king, and Wang Bai was actually right. Nan Ruo Feng, from the start, had planned to use them as an example to others. The defensive array in the room was instantly destroyed. Nan Ruo Feng was spotless, and with his hands behind his back, he walked in elegantly. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was Huang Xie. His face was filled with hatred, staring at Yi Fei as if he wanted to bite him. The woman was flirtatious. Although she could not be compared to Zhao Yu and Qi Chu Chu, she had a charm that girls did not have. Without guessing, Yi Fei knew that this woman should be Huang Min, who was also Huang Xie's sister. It was because of Huang Min's connivance that Huang Xie dared to act like a tyrant in the inner sect. "Nan Ruo Feng, what are you doing here?" Yi Fei stood up, his face filled with anger. This person had destroyed the defensive array the moment he arrived. It was simply a show of strength. "Scram, this place does not welcome you," Yi Fei said. In this place, only he dared to not fear Nan Ruo Feng's power. "Impudent, you are the Yi Fei who dare to challenge Ruo Feng. You are indeed arrogant and despotic. You even dare to injure my brother. Ruo Feng, I think that such a maniac should be crippled of his cultivation and chased out of the sacred lands." Huang Min hugged Nan Ruo Feng's arm, her body constantly squeezing towards him. Zhao Yu and Qi Chu Chu's faces were red, and they secretly scolded Huang Min for being shameless. Chapter 303. Old Master Jian to hold the fort. "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" Yi Fei asked coldly. Nan Ruofeng glanced arrogantly at Yi Fei. His eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't even bother to answer Yi Fei's question. After all, in his eyes, Yi Fei didn't have a special constitution. His future achievements would at most reach the level of a martial king. There was no need to take him seriously. Even though Yi Fei had already challenged Nan Ruofeng, in Nan Ruofeng's eyes, an ant's challenge was as laughable as an ant trying to defeat an elephant. In this place, there were only 2 people worthy of Nan Ruofeng's attention, the 10th prince and Yin Bei. "Yin Bei, you are Elder Kuang Dao's disciple. What you practice is the best cultivation technique of the Holy Land. You shouldn't mix with these people. You should come to my side. There will always be a place for you in my mountain." Nan Ruofeng did not hide his admiration for Yin Bei and his desire to recruit him. He did not care about Yin Bei's cold smile at all. Instead, he was filled with the grace of a gentleman. At the same time, he inadvertently glanced at Qi Chu Chu and Zhao Yu. Qi Chu Chu deliberately turned her face to the side and whispered something to Zhao Yu. A trace of displeasure flashed across Nan Ruofeng's face. In the end, his gaze swept past the two of them and landed on the 10th prince. 10th prince, if I remember correctly, your Taiwu Kingdom's Blood River Saber technique is also a saber technique of the demonic Tao. And Luo Shi, your Luo family's bee spirit technique, although not of the demonic Tao, is also leaning toward the demonic Tao. Nan Ruofeng was very certain. The faces of Luo Shi and the 10th prince both changed. As a prince, the 10th prince's temper was not very good. When he heard this, he said angrily, "So what if I am? Could it be that you, Nan Ruofeng, can cripple my martial techniques?" That's what I was thinking. Ruofeng has made a rule that from now on, no one in the Taishan Holy Land is allowed to practice demonic cultivation methods. Yi Fei, 10th prince, Luo Shi. Since your cultivation techniques have been tainted by the demon Tao, they must be destroyed. Huang Min stepped forward and leaned on Nan Ruofeng with some pride. If it was in the past, Nan Ruofeng would definitely dote on her and hug her. However, at this moment, facing the fairy like Zhao Yu and Qi Chu Chu, the Huang Min in front of him was a little too tactless. However, Nan Ruofeng didn't get angry. He just pushed Huang Min away again without a trace. Then he looked at Yi Fei, the 10th prince, and Luo Shi, and said with great heartache, "Junior brothers, since you've joined the Holy Land, you shouldn't cultivate that kind of demonic cultivation method. If you give me all your cultivation techniques and swear that you will never cultivate demonic cultivation techniques again, I will make things difficult for you. In fact, I will personally teach you the best cultivation techniques in the Holy Land to make up for your losses. What do you think?" "I don't think so. The Blood River Saber technique is the ultimate martial art of the state of Taiwu. It can't be taught to outsiders. Why should I give it to you?" the 10th prince said indignantly. "The bee spirit technique is also a secret technique of the Luo family. Senior brother Nan, I can't agree to your request." Luo Shi also gathered his courage and refused. "Very well. Yi Fei, what about you? Are you willing to give me your cultivation techniques and martial arts?" Nan Ruofeng still didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Scram, how could Yi Fei not see through Nan Ruofeng's plan? This person wanted to take away the demonic cultivation techniques and study them himself. There is nothing to say about Nan Ruofeng's despicable behavior. Just scram was enough." "Very well. Yi Fei, Luo Shi, 10th prince, it seems like you have a big prejudice against me. However, reorganizing the Holy Land is the first order I gave after becoming a direct disciple. No one is allowed to go against it. Going against my order is equivalent to rebelling against the Holy Land." Nan Ruofeng still didn't get angry. He was still smiling. However, there was a hint of disdain and ridicule in his warm laughter. "Since you're going against my order, then I, as your senior brother, would like to see what qualifications you have to go against my order." Boom! Without any warning, Nan Ruofeng released his Martial King aura. He didn't even bother to attack Yi Fei and the others. Just his Martial King aura alone was enough to crush everyone present. The 10th prince and the others were furious. As long as they had the heart to become stronger, they wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation. However, before they could attack, an awe-inspiring sword light had already appeared in front of the 10th prince and the others. Yi Fei's lips curled into a smile. It was Jing Wushou. It was because Jing Wushou was still in the Holy Land that Yi Fei felt relieved to stay in the Holy Land. He knew that with Jing Wushou's heroic character, he would definitely not allow them to be humiliated. "Nan Ruofeng, you've gone too far." Jing Wushou's expression was solemn. He stood at the front, using his broad back to protect Yi Fei and the others. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. However, Yi Fei felt more powerless. If he could become stronger, if he could also become a Martial King expert. "Jing Wushou, you've come at the right time. After becoming a direct disciple, I've decided to issue 3 orders. First, no disciple of the Holy Land is allowed to practice demonic techniques. Second, all disciples must voluntarily hand over their martial arts techniques for the Holy Land to evaluate whether the techniques they practice will have a negative impact on the Holy Land. Third, I've decided to have a truce with the demonic sects. Both sides will not interfere with each other and maintain peace as much as possible. This is beneficial to the prosperity of the Holy Land. Nan Ruofing pointed at Jing Wushou and scolded coldly. Jing Wushou, you've been chasing after the demonic sects for years. This has greatly caused the hatred between the Holy Land and the demonic sections. It has also increased the risk of the Holy Land's disciples going out to train. Now, as a direct disciple, I order you not to chase after the demonic sects from now on. Jing Wushou sneered. Nan Ruofeng, you're you, and I'm me. Don't think that you can control the Sword Peak, just because you've become a direct disciple. If I don't chase after these demons, are you going to let them kill people, destroy innocent cities, and kill thousands of ordinary people? Is this what you, as a direct disciple, want to see? Nan Ruofeng did not argue with Jing Wushou. He only shook his head and ordered, I'm a direct disciple, your senior brother, the future Holy Lord. If I don't care about you, who will? I won't allow any black sheep to affect my revival of the Holy Land. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to obey my orders? Get lost, you abandoned disciple of the Sword Peak. It's not up to you to criticize the Sword Peak. Your orders can control others, but not the people of the Sword Peak. Jing Wushou was very straightforward. Even when facing a martial king, he was still unyielding. This was what Yi Fei liked the most about Jing Wushou. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Nan Ruofeng was an abandoned disciple of the Sword Peak. What was going on? But before Yi Fei could think, Nan Ruofeng was already enraged by Jing Wushou's words. In other words, the purpose of Nan Ruofeng's visit this time was to remove all the thorns present and then change the Holy Land according to his will. Jing Wushou, very good. Since you've disobeyed my orders, then even if I use my status as a direct disciple to suppress you, I believe that the other elders won't say anything. Nan Ruofeng sneered. The aura of a martial king was overwhelming. This was not Nan Ruofeng's clone, but the real Nan Ruofeng. Just as Nan Ruofeng was about to make his move. A force even stronger than Nan Ruofeng's suddenly suppressed him. Then, an aged figure appeared before Nan Ruofeng without any sound or presence. Chapter 304. The might of the sword cannot be violated. The appearance of the sword maniac elder was definitely a surprise. The reason why Nan Ruofeng dared to reform the sacred land after becoming a direct disciple was because, apart from the support of many elders, all the martial king elders were either cultivating or not in the sacred land. Normally, they would not have the time to manage the sacred land's affairs. Nan Ruofeng took advantage of this loophole and relied on his martial king's strength to forcefully change the sacred land according to his will. Now that the sword maniac elder had appeared, Nan Ruofeng's expression became serious for the first time. He forced a smile and said, "So it's martial uncle sword maniac. However, martial uncle, you've been obsessed with the sword your whole life. Are you really going to affect your sword heart because of the sacred land's worldly affairs?" Nan Ruofeng's words seemed to imply something. The sword maniac elder didn't seem to be a true maniac, but had a special reason. The sword maniac elder took a deep look at Nan Ruofeng and suddenly sighed. "Nan Ruofeng, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed. You'll never understand the true sword heart. I don't care about the sacred land's worldly affairs. Since you're a direct disciple and the sacred lord is in seclusion, the sacred land should be managed by you. However, you shouldn't interfere with the matters of the Sword Peak." "Why? Does the Sword Peak not belong to the sacred land? Since you've acknowledged my identity as a direct disciple, then I have the right to manage any peak and any disciple of the sacred land." Nan Ruofeng didn't back down. He even revealed a hint of provocation towards the sword maniac elder. The sword maniac elder didn't say anything. He only stretched out his finger and pointed towards the sky. Boom! The dazzling sword light was like a pillar of lightning. It was as thick as a bucket and pierced towards the sky. Instantly, the clouds shattered and the world collapsed. Yi Fei's expression changed. Jing Wushou's expression also changed. Nan Ruofeng's face was also filled with shock. The entire sacred land was in an uproar. No one had ever seen such a terrifying sword light. Not only did it pierce through the sacred land's small world, it even shattered the world outside. Countless elders rushed over from all directions. Countless disciples also rushed over from all directions. Then, they saw an old man slowly withdrawing his sword finger that was pointing towards the sky. Nan Ruofeng, you see, this is my sword. Sword Maniac Elder didn't look at the others who had rushed over. He only looked at Nan Ruofeng indifferently. However, it was this indifferent gaze that caused cold sweat to appear on Nan Ruofeng's forehead. A hint of shock also flashed past his face. He seemed to recall the time when he was young and full of vigor. He wanted to compete with Jing Wushou and went to Sword Peak to become a disciple. Of course, the result was incomparably unexpected. The Sword Maniac Elder had left behind the weak Jing Wushou, but had only used a single sentence to dismiss the dazzling genius of the entire Holy Land, Nan Ruofeng. When he saw Sword Maniac Elder, Nan Ruofeng seemed to recall the scene from back then. He was no longer the same person he had been back then. He was now a martial king realm expert. Nan Ruofeng laughed and said, Elder Sword Maniac, are you going to give me pointers on my cultivation? Very well. I, Nan Ruofeng, would like to experience your sword. Heaven-covering hand. Rumble. Nan Ruofeng furiously attacked. The might of a martial king realm expert shocked many elders who had rushed over. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. Sword Maniac Elder didn't say anything. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. It was actually the sound of a sword. It was like a powerful army, like a great wave washing away the sand. Rumble. The sword sound formed a sword light that pierced towards the sky. Nan Ruofeng's heaven-covering hand instantly caught the sword light and used force to crush it. This scene shocked countless people. Sword Maniac Elder nodded inwardly, and his voice became more serious. Nan Ruofeng, you are indeed the strongest genius of the Holy Land. I heard that Yi Fei challenged you to a battle in a year's time. Is that true? Indeed. Nan Ruofeng slowly withdrew his hand and looked down at Yi Fei. I don't care about the provocation of an ant. Elder Sword Maniac, as long as he apologizes to me, I won't make things difficult for him. No, Nan Ruofeng, you're wrong. I won't make Yi Fei apologize, and I won't stop this challenge. I only hope that you give him a year's time. If Yi Fei is defeated in a year's time, you can carry out your reforms in the Holy Land. I won't stop you. What do you think? Although Sword Maniac Elder was suggesting, his tone didn't allow for refusal. Nan Ruofeng was furious, but he seemed to be worried about something. He coldly glanced at Sword Maniac Elder and then smiled. Not enough. If this ant loses to me in a year's time, not only him, but your Sword Peak will also have to listen to my orders. All right, Sword Maniac Elder nodded. Then, Elder, it's a deal. Nan Ruofeng harumphed as he placed his hands behind his back and hugged Huang Min before flying back to his peak. Many people were confused by this. Nan Ruofeng had clearly shattered Sword Maniac Elder's sword glow with his overwhelming strength. Why would the powerful Nan Ruofeng suddenly retreat? Only Huang Min, who was standing beside Nan Ruofeng, noticed that Nan Ruofeng's right hand, which had shattered the sword glow, was now covered in blood, revealing a deep wound. 10th layer Martial Emperor Realm. This old man has hidden his strength well. Fine, I'll let you live for another year. After all, a bunch of ants won't stand a chance against me in a year's time. Nan Ruofeng returned to the core, Disciple Peak, furiously. The elders and disciples who had arrived were shocked too. Everyone assumed that the sacred area would undergo a great change after Nan Ruofeng had ranked up to the Martial Emperor realm and become a core disciple. The Sword Maniac Elder had actually used a single finger sword and a single sword sound to forcibly prolong the change of the heavens by a year. It's only a year's time. What can Sword Maniac Elder change? Not to mention a year, even if it's 10 years or 100 years. As long as Yi Fei doesn't have a special physique, he won't stand a chance against Nan Ruofeng. That's right, Above the martial emperor realm, a special physique is the way to go. Without a special physique, no matter how strong one's talent and comprehension are, they are nothing but trash, not worth mentioning. A piece of trash like him dares to challenge the strongest person in the sacred area, Senior Brother Nan. Let's wait and see how he's going to die in a year's time. Ha! The elders and disciples dispersed after arriving, leaving the place filled with mocking laughter. The 10th Prince and the others glanced at Yi Fei with a worried expression. They were afraid that such a decision would cause a great impact to Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei only smiled. Despite being mocked by the crowd, Yi Fei was still smiling happily. At least, when everyone thought that he had no chance of defeating Nan Ruofeng, there was still one person who believed in him and was willing to support him with all her might. Elder Sword Maniac, many thanks. Yi Fei solemnly bowed, both to express his respect and to express his gratitude. Don't worry about it. Although you're unwilling to join the Sword Peak, you'll always be a disciple of the Sword Peak in my heart. Wu Shou, bring Yi Fei and follow me back to the Sword Peak. Chapter 305. The old master Jian's strength transmission. After saying those words, the sword maniac elder's body suddenly shattered and turned into rays of sword light that scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, the elders and disciples who had left did not see anything except for the mocking laughter. Only the 10th Prince and the others saw Jing Wushou and Yi Fei fly to the Sword Peak. They also saw the sword maniac elder's sword light clone turn invisible. That was the sword maniac elder's clone. The strength of the Sword Peak, is that terrifying? Indeed, the Sword Peak is filled with monsters. Jing Wushou is abnormal, but the sword maniac elder's strength is even more abnormal. The 10th Prince and the others who came to their senses were all very shocked. Only now did they understand why someone as strong as Nan Ruofeng, after shattering the sword maniac elder's sword light, suddenly lowered his head and was even forced to agree to the 1-year agreement with Yi Fei. It turned out that the one who had fought with Nan Ruofeng was not the sword maniac elder himself, but only a ray of sword light. What should we do? After recovering from their shock, the 10th Prince and the others looked at each other. Although Nan Ruofeng had been forced to retreat, the situation of Nan Ruofeng in the Sacred Land did not change. As long as there was no one in the Sacred Land who could contend with Nan Ruofeng, their situation in the Sacred Land would become extremely difficult. Yanbei hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I plan to return to my master's side. My master is also a red-robed elder and a martial king expert. Nan Ruofeng should not be able to bully me. Chi Chuchu's expression was grave. After thinking for a while, she said, I'll stay in the Sword Peak. Even if I don't practice the sword, as long as the sword maniac elder is willing to give me a few pointers, I'll benefit greatly. What? Senior sister Chu Chu wants to join the Sword Peak. Then Lin's son and I will definitely follow your footsteps. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up when she heard that. Lin Sen's face darkened. He immediately dragged Yang Zhao to the side and started kicking her. Hearing that Chi Chu Chu actually wanted to join Sword Peak, Zhao Yu felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. Just as he was hesitating whether he should join Sword Peak, Zhao Yu's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Zhao Yu immediately took the voice transmission talisman and walked to the side to check the contents. The 10th Prince glanced at Shifeng. Then he stretched out his hand and said, Shifeng, this prince intends to go to a dangerous place for experiential training. It is very likely that I will die there. I need a true expert to accompany me. 10th Prince, the way you invite people is always so awkward. However, if it's a place that even you are afraid of, I would like to see it. Shifeng hesitated for a moment before stretching out his hand. But I'm not your subordinate, Shifeng said firmly. I don't want subordinates in that place. Well, I want our brothers who will go through thick and thin with me. The 10th Prince grabbed Shifeng's arm tightly. When he heard the 10th Prince mention brothers, Luo, she subconsciously looked in the direction Yi Fei had left. He finally made up his mind and looked at Wang Bai. Wang Bai, I've decided to follow Brother Fei for the rest of my life. What about you? Brother? This is difficult. Both of you are my subordinates. I can't let my subordinates protect me. Forget it. I will continue to stay in the outer sect. Anyway, with my handsomeness, Nan Ruofing will feel inferior when he sees me. Would he dare to appear in front of me and ask for trouble? Boom! Before Wang Bai could finish speaking, Luo Shi, the 10th prince, and the others, including Zhao Yu, who was checking the voice transmission talisman, all looked at Wang Bai with murderous eyes. Zhao Yu said, Wang Bai, if you dare say that you are handsome again, don't blame me for not warning you. Chi Chu Chu also said angrily, for eyebrows, do you know how annoying you are? But I am handsome to begin with. Especially these 4 slender eyebrows. They are definitely enough to charm thousands of girls. I understand now. You must be jealous of my handsomeness. Wang Bai ignored the murderous aura that filled the place and felt very wronged. The 10th prince and the others were speechless. One by one, they left and hurried to the Sword Peak. Zhao Yu did not rush to the Sword Peak. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he could not ignore the content of the voice transmission talisman. He walked toward the entrance of the small world of the Holy Land and left the Holy Land with the 10th prince and Shifeng. The Sword Peak. It was 10,000 feet tall. It was as straight as a sword. Jing Wushou brought Yi Fei to the Sword Peak and left alone. Yi Fei, Master is up there. You can go up by yourself. Senior brother Jing, thank you for all this time. Yi Fei bowed deeply to Jing Wushou. Jing Wushou smiled and walked into the distance with a wine jar in his arms. It was enough for him to call him senior brother. Yi Fei straightened up and walked to the top of the Sword Peak. Along the way, he saw swords. Broken swords, strange swords, blood swords, stone swords, wooden swords, rusted swords, bone swords. Yi Fei had never seen so many swords before. But from each and every one of these swords, he could feel that they contained a shocking will. That was the will of the sword. These are all swords used by the seniors of the Sword Peak. Sword Maniac Elder's deep voice came from the top of the mountain. He seemed to be reminiscing about the many seniors who had passed away on the Sword Peak. The Taishan Holy Land has been founded for 1,876 years. Hundreds of thousands of disciples have been born, but in the past 1,000 years, including me, Jing Wushou, and you, there have been less than 100 disciples on the Sword Peak. Do you know why? Sword Maniac Elder asked leisurely. Why? Please enlighten me, Elder. Yi Fei was really puzzled. The 1,000-year-old Holy Land had hundreds of thousands of disciples, and there were many sword geniuses. Why was it that the powerful Sword Peak had so few geniuses? After 1,000 years, the number of geniuses had not even reached 100? Sword Maniac Elder did not answer. Instead, he suddenly asked, Yi Fei, tell me what a sword is. What is a sword? Yi Fei was stunned. He had a sword in his hand, a sword in his heart, a sword in his hand, a sword in his hand, a sword in his hand, and a sword in his body that could destroy the world. But he seemed to have never thought about what a sword was. Where does a sword come from? How should a sword be used? Sword Maniac Elder asked again. Yi Fei still could not answer his questions, and he looked ashamed. Elder, may I ask what a sword is? Yi Fei knelt down. He did not feel humiliated. The person in front of him was not an enemy, but an elder, a swordsman. He was so lonely, but he was so great. I don't understand swords. But Sword Maniac Elder's words shocked Yi Fei. Yi Fei could not believe it. The old man in front of him had dedicated his life to the sword. He was obsessed with the sword, and such a grandmaster swordsman actually said that he did not understand swords. What a joke. I really don't understand swords, but after cultivating for more than 100 years, I only understand people who use swords. Swords are better broken than bent. Swords are better than rotting. Swords are better than ever. 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 This is the sword that I see, and this is also the person that I see. Yi Fei, do you understand swords? Do you understand swords? Sword Maniac Elder's voice was low and soft, but in Yi Fei's ears, it was like a great bell, like a morning bell, fiercely shaking Yi Fei's heart. Yes, do I understand swords? Chapter 306. Q-Sword Maniac Elder's question made Yi Fei fall into deep silence. He could not answer, and he could not understand. Yi Fei stood alone on the cliff of the Sword Peak and stared at the swords all over the ground. He stared at the Sword Peak. What is a sword? What is a person who uses a sword? Yi Fei's low, confused, and half-comprehensible voice resounded on the Sword Peak. Yi Fei felt that he understood every word Sword Maniac Elder said, but he did not seem to understand any of them at all. Undying Sword Soul, do I understand you? Yi Fei looked inwardly at his Dantian region, and at the black sword image that was floating up and down, capable of destroying the starry sky. Then he asked, what is it? The undying Sword Soul did not answer. It could feel Yi Fei's confusion, and it only emitted wisps of black light. It seemed to be comforting him, but it also seemed to be conveying something. However, Yi Fei could not understand it. He could not understand it. Yi Fei had never felt so lost, so weak, and so stupid. Yes, he had the undying Sword Soul, and he could continuously stimulate the power of the undying Sword Soul to increase his power of understanding, talent, and even heal his injuries instantly. However, Yi Fei had never understood the undying Sword Soul. He also did not understand that the sword he used, what he learned, what he knew, and what he used were all based on a set of rules. However, Yi Fei also did not understand what these rules were. Idiot, idiot! I am an idiot, but you are even more of an idiot. Child, the Sword Peak will follow you. I will wait for your return. The Sword Maniac Elder glanced at Yi Fei's figure. The brilliant sword glow on Yi Fei's body had turned dim, while his cultivation dropped rapidly from the 10th layer Martial Ancestor Realm, 9th Realm of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, 8th Realm, 7th Realm. Jing Wushou looked at this scene in shock. He could not believe that Sword Maniac Elder had not done anything. He only said a few words, and it had such a huge impact on Yi Fei. Right now, Yi Fei seemed to have gone mad. He stood there like a statue, not moving at all. His cultivation base was falling, and his realm was falling. If this situation was allowed to continue, it was very likely that Yi Fei would run out of oil and self-destruct without anyone doing anything. Master, did you ask Junior Martial Brother Yi for the sword? Jing Wushou was extremely shocked. Questioning the sword was a unique tradition of the Sword Peak. Normally, only the previous Peak Lord would use such a special method to question the sword of the opponent. Jing Wushou had stayed at Sword Peak for 10 years. His cultivation had gone from being weak to a martial honorable realm expert. However, Sword Maniac Elder had never questioned Jing Wushou. Once, Jing Wushou had curiously asked the Sword Maniac Elder why he didn't ask him about it. In Jing Wushou's opinion, there were only the two of them in the Sword Peak. When Sword Maniac Elder passed away or left, Jing Wushou should inherit the Sword Peak. At that time, the Sword Maniac Elder had only said one thing. That was, it was not yet time for Jing Wushou's Q-Sword. Only when Jing Wushou had broken through to Martial King would he be qualified to accept the Q-Sword. Only then would Jing Wushou's cultivation not be affected if the Q-Sword failed. But now, Sword Maniac Elder was going to question Yi Fei, who was still in the 10th realm of the Martial Grandmaster Realm. Jing Wushou was very anxious. Master, you can't do this. Ask Junior Brother Yi to stop. Jing Wushou was very anxious. He did not care who would inherit the Sword Peak. He was just worried that with Yi Fei's low cultivation level, there would only be one outcome if he failed the sword test. He would die. Seeing that Sword Maniac Elder didn't speak, and Yi Fei's realm and sword intent were rapidly falling, Jing Wushou couldn't care about anything else. He subconsciously wanted to force his way over and interrupt Yi Fei's chi deviation process. Wait, let him go. If he wants to challenge Nan Ruofeng, he must pass the sword test. If he can't even pass the sword test, he will not be qualified to challenge Nan Ruofeng. Sword Maniac Elder waved his hand and strode down the Sword Peak. He did not care about Yi Fei's life or death. It was not that sword maniac elder was heartless. He was deeply aware of the difference between Yi Fei and Nan Ruofing. A year later, Yi Fei would be defeated by Nan Ruofing and die in humiliation. Sword Maniac Elder would rather let Yi Fei die when he tried to break through the Sword Dao's devil barrier. So that's how it is. Master, you're trying to train junior brother Yi. However, your method is too abnormal. You're actually letting junior brother Yi experience the sword quest ritual when he's only a martial emperor? Jing Wushou took a deep look at Yi Fei and smiled bitterly. He watched Sword Maniac Elder leave and hesitated for a moment. Then, he found a remote place and sat down. He cultivated while paying attention to Yi Fei's devil barrier. If Yi Fei really could not bear it, Jing Wushou swore that he would save Yi Fei even if he had to sacrifice his life. The reason was simple. He was the senior brother, and Yi Fei was also a member of the Sword Peak. Just based on this point, it was worth Jing Wushou's full effort. Two idiots. Sword Maniac Elder looked at the two figures on the peak. He smiled and shook his head. Then, his gaze fell on the few figures who had already entered the Sword Peak. They were Qi Chu Chu, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, and Luo Shi. Wang Bai returned to the outer sect, and Zhao Yu left the sacred ground. The rest of the people went their separate ways. The entire Taishan sacred ground, except for the Sword Peak, was completely under Nan Ruofing's control. The Sword Peak had become the last pure land of the sacred ground. The sun rose and the moon set. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. Yi Fei was still standing on the peak of the Sword Peak like a statue. His cultivation level had fallen again and again. He had fallen from the martial ancestor realm to the martial master realm. This was an extremely horrifying scene. Jing Wushou had never seen a martial artist's cultivation fall in such a terrifying manner. But as Yi Fei's cultivation fell, Yi Fei's dim sword intent, after experiencing a rapid decline, began to blossom with a dazzling light once more. At night, Qi Chu Chu and the others gathered on the Sword Peak could see two bright lights on the peak. They were as dazzling as stars. One of them belonged to Jing Wushou, and the other belonged to Yi Fei. What's going on? Junior brother Ye's cultivation level is clearly falling rapidly. Why do I feel that his sword will is suppressing mine? Jing Wushou was finally awakened by the sudden change in Yi Fei's sword will. He stopped cultivating in shock and looked at Sword Maniac Elder, who had appeared beside him without him noticing. Sword Maniac Elder's expression became very serious. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, Sword Maniac Elder said to Jing Wushou, "Wushou, use all your strength and attack Yi Fei." "What? I'll attack junior brother Yi with all my strength?" Jing Wushou was completely stunned. However, he could not disobey his master's orders. Sword Maniac Elder must have a deep reason for doing this. Jing Wushou hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Fei, saying, "Junior brother Yi, be careful." Boom! Boom! A silver thread-like sword light appeared on the peak of the Sword Peak. Then, this sword light suddenly became as large as a mountain peak. It shattered the space and crashed down. Usually, Jing Wushou would not hesitate for a moment when he attacked. However, at this time, Jing Wushou's hands were trembling. Chapter 307. Heart of Sword Illumination, but Jing Wushou had no other choice. The Sword Maniac Elder was present. If he didn't make a move, the Sword Maniac Elder would definitely make a move. He could only watch helplessly as the huge sword shadow slammed into the defenseless Yi Fei. Boom! The sword light, which was powerful enough to destroy space, swept across Yi Fei's body. However, just as the sword light was about to touch his body, Yi Fei, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt something. Their sword intent and sword chi. Someone is swinging a sword at me. Why does this sword intent feel so familiar? Right? Is this senior brother Jing's sword intent? In the face of danger, even though Yi Fei was in Q Sword's bedeviled state, he quickly reacted. He quickly turned around, raised his head, and opened his eyes. 10 days of deep thought caused Yi Fei's eyes to shine with a resplendent sword light. Unknowingly, he had already cultivated a sword eye similar to the saber I like Yin Bei. As far as the eye could see, there was sword light. This sword light doesn't have any killing intent. Senior brother Jing doesn't want to kill me. Yeah, I can even feel the nervousness and worry contained in the sword intent. Is that Jing Wushou's inner emotions? Why? Why am I able to sense the sword intent and the unique emotions of the swordsman? Why? Yi Fei roared. He didn't understand, but he could clearly feel it. He subconsciously communicated with the immortal sword soul. After all, Jing Wushou was a martial honorable. Even if he didn't want to kill, he wasn't someone a martial ancestor could withstand. After that, Yi Fei could clearly feel the joy and battle intent of the undying sword spirit the moment he communicated with it. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Even though Yi Fei could feel the invincible sword soul's disdain, and other strange emotions when he used it in the past, those feelings were very vague. Most of them were just guesses in Yi Fei's mind. But this time, that feeling, that consciousness was so clear that it shocked Yi Fei. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that swords have souls as well? A sword has a sword intent and a sword soul, but why doesn't it have a sword heart? That's right, it's a sword heart. A sword actually has a sword heart. Boom! 10 years of bitter cultivation is not as good as a bit of guidance from a wise master. Sword Maniac Elder's voice was transmitted into Yi Fei's mind the moment the sword appeared. What is a sword? Yi Fei replied loudly. My will is the sword, my mood is the sword. My will is the sword intent, my heart is the sword heart. I understand now. This is the sword. The sword light on Xiao Qin's body became even more resplendent. Xiao Qin's confusion and distress over the past few days were suddenly enlightened by this special sword-seeking ceremony. Yi Fei understood. He also understood that the sword was just a medium. The martial artist's will and emotions were the essence. This was the sword, which was also me. The other side of the demonic path was the great Tao. After resolving the confusion in his heart, Yi Fei's sword instantly became sharp. Yi Fei's cultivation base also rose rapidly in an instant. Just as the sword was about to reach his body, Yi Fei drew his sword. Senior brother Jing, take this. Heaven-burying sword. Boom! Yi Fei used his hand as a sword and mimicked Sword Maniac Elder's sword finger. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand, the power of the heaven-burying sword was greatly reduced. However, Yi Fei felt that this sword move was even smoother than the heaven-burying sword when he used the Devourer's sword. The feeling of being rejected by the heavens and earth had completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Fei didn't seem like someone who was rejected by the heavens and earth. Instead, he was the one who rejected the heavens and earth. This was the true heaven-burying sword. Heaven-burying sword, heaven-burying sword. If he couldn't even withstand the rejection of the heavens and earth, then what was the point of heaven-burying sword? The dazzling sword light caused Jing Wushou's huge sword shadow to completely stop when it was a millimeter away from Yi Fei. Devourer's sword intent. Then Yi Fei moved. Another sword finger was mercilessly pointed at Jing Wushou's huge sword shadow. At the tip of Yi Fei's sword finger, a pitch-black dot appeared and expanded rapidly. In an instant, it became a huge black hole that was as big as a bucket. It was like a giant starry beast that opened its huge mouth and swallowed Jing Wushou's sword light in one gulp. It disappeared without a trace. My sword light was swallowed. When Jing Wushou saw this scene, his eyes almost fell to the ground. One had to know that his sword light was at the martial honorable realm. He could kill any martial ancestor realm expert that came at him. Although Jing Wushou's sword light didn't contain any killing intent, it couldn't be destroyed so easily. Then, Jing Wushou suddenly noticed that Yi Fei was slowly withdrawing the Devourer sword essence. Jing Wushou was depressed and cursed. This is crazy. It's actually a 50% sword essence. This sword peak is indeed full of crazy people. Jing Wushou didn't realize that his words were actually scolding himself and the Sword Maniac Elder. However, This was the only way to express Jing Wushou's depression. One had to know that it took Jing Wushou 3 years to achieve 50% sword essence. How long did Yi Fei take? It was already very exaggerated that he could pass the most difficult sword-seeking ceremony in just a few days. The most ridiculous thing was that even his sword essence had risen from 30% to 50% sword essence like a rocket. How could Jing Wushou not be depressed? Yi Fei was also shocked. 50% sword essence? Right, what happened just now? Why did my sword essence rise from 30% to 50% when I was distracted? Poof! These words had caused a ton of damage to Jing Wushou. It wasn't detestable to show off. What was detestable was that Yi Fei was obviously showing off but was ignorant. This was the most detestable thing. Damn it. If anyone dares to say that junior brother Yi is mediocre in the future, I, Jing Wushou, will definitely beat them up until their parents can't recognize them. Jing Wushou shouted gloomily. Then, he walked over happily and put his arm around Yi Fei's shoulder. Haha, junior brother Yi, congratulations. Not only did you pass the sword-seeking ceremony in a few days, but you also broke through 50% sword essence. Master has done his best to cultivate you. Even I, as your senior brother, am a little jealous. Of course, it was only a little. Jing Wushou was open-minded by nature. Generally speaking, he was happy to see Yi Fei's rapid progress. The sword maniac elder also looked at Yi Fei with a smile and asked again, Now, do you understand the sword? Elder, I don't understand the sword. Yi Fei answered sincerely. This time, he didn't hesitate. There was only determination. The more he understood the sword principle, the more he felt that he was insignificant. The sword maniac elder finally smiled. He turned around and casually pulled out a stone sword made of an unknown stone from the sword peak. He pointed it at Yi Fei and said, Now attack me. Boom. Following the sword maniac elder's words, his cultivation dropped rapidly from the 10th layer martial emperor realm to the 10th layer martial ancestor realm. He hesitated for a moment. Chapter 308. Demonic Cultivation. Old Master Jian. I'm sorry for the offense. Yi Fei did not hesitate. He did not know why Sword Maniac Elder wanted him to use his sword, but Yi Fei could feel that Sword Maniac Elder wanted him to become stronger. Since that was the case, he would not disappoint Sword Maniac Elder. Yi Fei bowed deeply to the Sword Maniac Elder. Although it wasn't a formal greeting, in Yi Fei's heart, even if he couldn't become the Sword Maniac Elder's disciple, the Sword Maniac Elder was worthy of Yi Fei's respect. Sword! Yi Fei roared. He did not have a sword in his hand, but he had a sword in his heart. This was Sword Heart. Controlling Sword Heart and condensing Sword Fingers was Sword Heart Illumination. This was what Yi Fei had comprehended through the Q Sword. Now he was going to display what the Sword Maniac Elder had taught him in its entirety. Who will win this battle? Chi Chu Chu, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, and Luo, she had all heard the news and came over. This time, Jing Wushou did not stop them. Instead, he stood aside and watched the battle. Of course it will be Master. In terms of strength, Master is still number one. He has been sitting under the sword steel for 70 years. If it were me, I would not be able to take it. Jing Wushou said, That may not be the case. Brother Fei even killed Nan Ruofeng's clone, but Sword Maniac Elder only suppressed his cultivation to half-step martial honorable. It's a little difficult. Luo, she was not convinced. Hee. Luo, you may not know this, but Master is a simple and honest person. You will understand in a moment. Jing Wushou suddenly smiled evilly. Boom! At that moment, Yi Fei had already attacked Sword Maniac Elder. His heart was filled with a strong desire to win. He had even killed Nan Ruofeng's clone. How could he be afraid of Sword Maniac Elder, who suppressed his cultivation to half-step martial honorable? Yi Fei pointed his finger, and a terrifying black light with devouring sword intent suddenly formed a straight line. It formed a black sword shadow and pierced Sword Maniac Elder's body. Dang! Sword Fanatic Elder also brandished his sword. His movements were extremely slow as the stone sword slowly approached Yi Fei's sword beam. Yi Fei's sword beam was instantly shattered. Following that, Yi Fei's entire body was sent flying by the stone sword. He was sent flying in a sorry state. How could this be? Luo Jing's eyes widened. Qi Chu, Lin San, and Yang Xiao also opened their mouths in shock. Were they seeing things? Sword Maniac Elder hadn't even used his quintessential essence. Just an ordinary sword strike had sent Yi Fei flying. Yi Fei was also feeling very depressed. This time, he had really failed miserably at such an easy task. However, he refused to admit defeat. He was careless this time, but he definitely wouldn't do it again. Kill! Heaven-bearing sword. Yi Fei quickly jumped up and pointed his finger like a sword. A terrifying sword intent suppressed the entire area and imprisoned Sword Maniac Elder's body. Then, he charged forward again. As expected, the first Holy Master was unable to comprehend the Heaven's burial style in his entire life. It's a pity that Another resounding slap sounded. Sword Maniac Elder's movements were very slow. However, there seemed to be a strange energy in the surroundings that allowed him to dissolve the energy of the heavens and the earth. The Heaven's burial style wasn't able to imprison Sword Maniac Elder. Instead, Yi Fei suffered another sword strike and was sent sprawling on the ground again. Yi Fei, with your strength, if you were to fight with Nan Ruofeng, you wouldn't even be able to take a single strike from him after a year, Sword Maniac Elder said coldly. Suddenly, he walked forward. The stone sword in his hand, which had been moving slowly, suddenly became as fast as a storm. No matter how much strength Yi Fei used, there was only one result. Defeat. 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 This was the first time Yi Fei felt so powerless. He could still fight back against the half-step martial saint, Nan Ruofeng's clone. However, against Sword Maniac Elder, who was also a half-step martial saint, all Yi Fei could do was stand up. Then, he would be sent sprawling on the ground again. His war demon golden body was shattered over and over again. Even the instant recovery of the undying sword spirit was unable to repair the damage to his body. At this moment, Yi Fei finally understood how terrifying a martial king expert was. He was very lucky to be able to defeat Nan Ruofeng's clone. If Sword Maniac Elder hadn't appeared, he wouldn't even have had to wait a year to fight with Nan Ruofeng. Nan Ruofeng might have killed him. Bang! Another stone sword strike struck Yi Fei's body. He vomited blood and sprawled on the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. However, Sword Maniac Elder didn't show any mercy. He held the stone sword and looked coldly at Yi Fei. Get up. Attack. Boom. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and stood up. His fingers were like swords. However, the stone sword was one step ahead. It tore through the air and sent Yi Fei flying again. Sword Maniac Elder said coldly, Get up and attack. Get up and attack. Get up. With your strength. Not only will you not be able to defeat Nan Ruofeng in a year's time, you will only embarrass my sword peak. Even if you have to crawl, you have to attack. No, I don't know how to crawl, but I can attack. Yi Fei got up from the ground for the umpteenth time. Stubborn. Sword Maniac Elder didn't show any mercy. The cold stone sword once again sent Yi Fei flying to the edge of the cliff. If Yi Fei took another step back, he might fall into the bottomless abyss. However, Yi Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he vomited blood and stood up shakily. He said loudly, Not only am I stubborn, my sword is even harder. Boom. An even more resplendent sword light appeared in his hand. It was no longer a sword, but a spatial crack. However, Sword Maniac Elder's sword was even faster. Before the spatial crack formed, the ordinary stone sword actually shattered the spatial crack. As expected, Yi Fei was sent sprawling on the ground again. Witnessing Sword Maniac Elder's training process with their own eyes, Qi Chu and the others were all frightened. Luo Shi looked at Jing Wushou with lingering fear. Senior brother Jing, is this what you meant by simple and honest? This kind of training is simply demonic. Junior brothers, calm down, calm down. Although our Sword Peak's training is a little harsh, it is very effective. Jing Wushou explained with a smile. It wasn't easy for Sword Peak to have so many people, and he didn't want them to be scared away. Hearing Jing Wushou's words, Yang Xiao almost vomited blood. Jing Wushou, do you think it's a little harsh? Yi Fei's perverted defense couldn't even withstand one attack. If Lin Sun and I went up, we would probably lose 2 lives with one attack. Chi Chu Chu sighed and smiled bitterly. I finally understand why Sword Peak is filled with perverts. Aside from perverts like you, no one else can withstand this kind of training. I decided to go out and train. I'll come back to Sword Peak to train after I break through to the martial, honorable realm. Although Chi Chu Chu was a woman, she was much more decisive than many men. After witnessing the frightening cultivation method of the Sword Peak, Chi Chu Chu, who had been provoked, turned around and left the Holy Land. Evidently, she would not return to the Holy Land until she had broken through to Martial Saint. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's go and train too. Yi Fei is so hard-working. We can't lose to him. Luo Shi, will you come with us? The two of them invited Luo Shi. After all, Luo Shi was the weakest here, and he was also Yi Fei's good brother. The two of them wanted to take care of him. Luo Shi shook his head. Thank you, senior brothers. However, I can't always rely on Brother Fei. I need to stand beside Brother Fei and hide behind him. I've decided to return to the Luo family and obtain the complete beast spirit technique. Please let Brother Fei know. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.